were environmental nonprofits, there were industry groups, there were local governments who all had questions or concerns about that approach. So that's a good sign that we should be kind of revisiting some of where we were going. And that really also played out for those of you who were there for the subcommittee meeting last week. I think a lot of folks on the subcommittee had some big picture questions too of where are we going with this? Were we on the right track with the centralized analysis? There are also plenty of folks who thought, I think we're probably on the right track, we just need more refinement. So we did our best to take all that feedback from the public, from agencies into account, the feedback from last week's subcommittee, and we sort of tried to frame it as two options, two big picture paths forward, that if we can figure out which of those the task force prefers today, we are on the right path, right? We're not going to work out all the details of what should be in the analysis, which I think actually there has been a lot of really great work around. But if we can kind of understand the basic mechanics of how it works and whether it's a centralized process or a case-by-case decision today, I think we'll be in good shape for moving on through the rest of the process. So that's just a little bit of framing of how we got here. Then really quick, I want to highlight sort of what the two options as we have tried to frame them are. So option one is what we would call an individual agency project specific analysis, which is a bit of a mouthful and could probably have been named more artfully if we thought about it harder. But this is really the idea of kind of how basically every other state who has approached this issue so far has gone about the process. And as well as we heard from the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Commissioner Karen McGowan discussed how that agency is approaching considering cumulative impacts in individual permitting decisions. There are examples from New Jersey and Washington that were raised by public commenters. And so this is the idea that when an individual agency is making a decision, it conducts some type of equity or cumulative impacts analysis for that specific decision. And that is sort of where the equity analysis happens. You know, we tried as a group to really lay out some benefits as well as drawbacks of this option, which is really that we can ensure that the analysis is appropriately tailored to the scope of the action. It fits much better with an agency's existing authority. It doesn't require sort of full-scale changes to the authority of agencies to make decisions. And it also really recognizes that a one-size-fits-all approach for different agencies and different types of decisions doesn't really make sense. The disadvantage is that it would be difficult for agencies to coordinate their analyses. You can imagine the health department's air division does an analysis for a permit for a facility in Pueblo, and the transportation department does an analysis for a highway in Pueblo, and they use different data and get different results. And what do we do there, right? The other disadvantage is it's probably less resource efficient. It takes a lot of agency time and resources to do this type of analysis. And if multiple agencies are doing them separately, that's sort of not as efficient as having a single process. And of course, we haven't spent as much time on this concept as a task force. So while some of the components of the equity analysis would really transfer well to this type of approach, other parts of the centralized analysis, the components of the analysis that we've discussed so far will not transfer as well. So probably a lot more work needed for the task force to flesh out answers to some of these outstanding questions. Option two is the centralized analysis. I won't go into in as much detail because we've spent more time talking about it, but this is really the idea of there's one centralized analysis for a specific geographic region, could be potentially conducted or facilitated by the coordinating entity we discussed earlier, and then individual agencies would somehow tier or tailor their decisions to that centralized analysis. So you can imagine it has the same pros or cons as the case specific, but in reverse, right? So it's more resource efficient to just have one analysis. It means all agencies will be relying on the same data and won't be reaching separate conclusions for the same area. But it's really hard to figure out how to tailor that analysis for the needs of a specific agency. So just for example, if the analysis shows that really the big reason that an area is disproportionately impacted is water quality challenges, what does that mean for the air division, right? So the other challenge is it's really hard to understand how agencies would actually tier or tailor or implement their decisions. So there is the sort of risk that we discussed during the subcommittee meeting, is that there's a risk of this becoming sort of a paper exercise where we have this great analysis, but it's not clear how agencies implement it. So that was a lot of framing. I'm sorry to do so much talking, but I think we can now open it up for discussion between the two options, unless, well, now there's anything you want to add before we go in.
Nope. I think that's great. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you. In the last subcommittee meeting, I think I remember Dominique making a cogent argument in favor of option 2. And if she's still on the line, I would ask if she might be willing to kind of repeat that as best she can.
Oh man, you're really gonna try and make me remember what I said. I don't know, Jaime, I'm trying to remember. I do still favor option 2, but beyond like what's written there, I don't know that there was anything in particular. I mean, I feel like it's fairly well captured here. I guess part of it is just that I do know for individual agencies, and I'm representing the Colorado Energy Office, which is one of the smallest agencies. We're about 45, 50 staff. Taking on our own analyses is a little daunting. And so I do think that we could see more consistency and ensure quality across agencies if there is sort of this centralized place where these analyses are happening. So that's all I would add. Otherwise, I think it's very well captured in the existing text.
Dominique, I will note that actually we took our notes on your comment at that subcommittee meeting and built them into
Great.
this paragraph. So that's probably why it looks very familiar.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Jamie and Dominique. We'll go Brian and then Robin.
Oh, great. Is there a way we can mix and match? Could we have a centralized cumulative impact study that the EJ coordinating entity does and agency-specific project level analysis? I think my CDOT, the Department of Transportation's concern would be that we have a lot of actions. And when we give the, shoot, what am I trying to say? When we allow someone else to regulate those, we can often get into delays. Whereas if we keep them in-house, or if there's more ownership over the I'm losing my train of thought. Maybe I need more coffee. So I'll pass and maybe jump in later on.
Okay. Robin, and then we'll go back to Jamie and then Tyson.
I think I have a bit more of a clarifying question, but it goes to what I think Brian was saying, which is that my understanding of option 1 and how it's been implemented, right? When we say all other states and all other agencies go with option 1, my understanding is that's because they mean, when they say cumulative impacts, the cumulative impacts of the action that's before them. They don't mean do a cumulative impacts study of the community and all of the things that necessarily impact that community. Like, so within their jurisdiction, right? So COGCC looks at the cumulative multimedia impacts of the oil and gas development plan before that, right? They're not looking at all of the other like impacts to the community that have come before it, right? They're taking the community as they find it as of the date of that action and then looking at the cumulative impacts of that action. And so that, I just wanted to clarify, that's my understanding of what they mean and cumulative impacts in these contexts, which sort of goes to what Brian was saying, which is my understanding, the centralized equity analysis gives the agency the information about what is the community as they find it, right? What is the community now? And what are the things that impact it? And what are the stressors, right? And then the agency, even under option 2, still has to evaluate the impact of its action on the community, which is well within the scope of the agency's ability, right? It's well within the air division's ability, I mean, with resources to evaluate from an air quality perspective, how is its action going to impact those stressors, right? That have been identified in the centralized equity analysis. What we don't have the resources to do in every agency action, right, is what is the community as we find it, right? What are the things we need to be evaluating? So it is sort of like both, right? It's just the centralized equity analysis has given us the tools to understand what the stressors are, right? What are the sources, right? Is there water quality issues, air quality issues? To what extent? So we can say, okay, well, in evaluating this permit, right, we have this analysis that's been done that shows us that this community has populations really sensitive to ozone, right? Sensitive populations, or it has vulnerable populations, right? We know that, you know, toxics, we don't really want a ton of toxics for a lot of pregnant people, right? Like we want to make sure so that centralized analysis gives us that information against which to evaluate, for me, the cumulative air impacts of the action that's before my agency. So the centralized analysis gives us the bigger picture, broader meaning of cumulative impacts. And then the agency's direction is to consider the cumulative air, and air agency considers the cumulative air impacts on that community as we found it from the centralized analysis. So it is sort of both, but like, we're not expecting each agency to have the ability to fund an in-depth community study for each of its agency actions. And to Dominique's point, right, every agency is working with the same data about the community. So that's, I think, my clarifying question / comment.
Thanks, Robin. We'll go to Tyson and then Yumi.
Yeah, my comment / question is, what is the practicality and ability to achieve this timely and inclusively and comprehensively? I mean, to be honest, you know, you think about cumulative impact, is it, how big is this, how big is the study, how much does it cover? You're trying to get a cumulative impact for a project, again, as Robin was saying, on top of a baseline. What is that baseline? How do we get to that baseline area? How long is that going to take? It seems easy to say, but then when you actually think about the application of it, you start thinking, wow, it could be 10 years before, or, you know, your example earlier, waiting 12 years for something to actually come. Well, that, I could literally see that happening. You won't have a baseline everywhere for 10, 12, 15 years. How do we get there quicker? How do we get a baseline sooner? And is that by having individual projects that are put into a centralized database and background studies being done? Does that get there, us there in 5 years? Does that get there 6 years? Okay, now, is there a way to fund it more to make it happen in 3 years? I don't know, I'm just spitballing, thinking out loud now, but to Rob's point, I think there's there is a combination of both, and there's an understanding of how we progress from today. Because, right, we have a massive statewide infrastructure feat in front of us in order to go towards electrification. Especially in the urban areas. How are we going to do that? Are we going to wait for the baseline state to come out, or do things have to go forward? So the application of this is very tricky, is I guess what I'm getting at, and it would be, I caution everybody to make sure you're thinking big picture on this, because this is in my opinion, a big picture item. And how can we take two, maybe more than one strategy at it and build to a ultimate solution?
Tyson, I'm sorry to do this again. Can you maybe put that in like 2 sentences? Like,
I'm horrible at that. You all know.
I
You
guess.
can always vote abstain.
Yeah.
I guess, maybe to reframe it, can I try to paraphrase that to make sure we're understanding it for our.
I will paraphrase it because I put a lot of explanation in there, but I think without the explanation is I see a waiting on a baseline, holding everything up for a long time. If we don't take steps at it, we will never get to that ultimate goal. So we need to have we need to have both processes happening at the same time with goals and timelines to achieve the ultimate goal of having a comprehensive baseline analysis out there that projects can build.
Thanks, Tyson. Uni?
I think I'll just add on to what Tyson was saying. It kind of reminds me of a generic environmental impact statement. And when you use that approach, you have your baseline analysis done. And as entities or whoever needs an analysis done, it's already there, so that you're not having to redo it for every project. And when you have a generic statement like that, it's revised about so often depending on what changes in what community. So that way, you're not having all this work being done every time you're trying to get a permit. You have this generic existing statement. I think there's something underneath of it that's this, something similar, like a generic environmental impact statement. But that's just specific for environment and environmental impacts, cumulative impacts to the environment, and how you communicate and engage under it. So that's maybe where this conversation is going, is developing this environmental baseline and then using that to, kind of build up on as you are issuing permits or whatever actions the agency would take.
Okay,
Yeah, so if there are no more hands up in this section, so I'm gonna interpret that as we're ready to take a straw poll, though I feel like there's a lot more discussion that could happen, so maybe we're not. So I wanna see if we can take a straw poll between option 1 of individual agency project specific analyses versus option 2 of the centralized equity analysis. Does anyone feel like they need more discussion or clarification or have things they want to say before we get into that straw? Tyson?
I am still completely unclear on both options as to the scope of what they mean. Because it says there's very loose language in there, like regions. We're talking, again, I don't mean to take away from anything else, but I have to remove all my other lenses and put on my EJ task force. My responsibility right here today is not to fight climate change. It is not to, create more oil and gas operations in the world. It is not to do any of that stuff. It is to protect a very, very specific group of people. And provide them opportunities that other people have already to defend themselves. So if I take all those other lenses away, I start looking at things and I see words like regional, you know. What are we looking at? Are we looking at an equity analysis for that BI community?
So Jason,
So when you say regional, it worries me. So I still don't understand the scope at all.
yeah, well, thanks for that, and just a reminder, we are all on the same team here, we're working on this together, so it's okay.
Okay.
So when the task force has discussed the geographic scope of the centralized analysis in the past, you all did not reach a consensus. So there are actually, if you scroll down in the recommendations to section 4 under the centralized analysis, which is what I've called up on screen of location where equity analyses should be conducted. This kind of summarizes the 3 different approaches to geographic scope that you all kind of have considered in the past for the centralized analysis. So I think in general, I would say that the task force kind of understands that there would not be a centralized equity analysis for everywhere that meets the definition of disproportionately impacted community because of the breadth of that definition now. And that instead there would be sort of specific analyses for individual areas that are identified through some sort of process as being the most impacted, right? So a lot of our examples we discussed in this task force involve Commerce City in North Denver and Pueblo. You can imagine that would be the type of area that might be subject to the analysis, and then likely others as well, right? So the sort of 3 specific geographic scopes you all have considered in the past are a single disproportionately impacted community, also known as one census block group, so very, very narrow. Second, a regional grouping of contiguous or adjacent disproportionately impacted communities, so kind of several block groups that are next to each other. Or third, sort of thinking more on a regional basis, right? So maybe all of the Metro Denver area, considering the Arkansas Valley, Bent, Powers, Otero, Walker County together. So sort of a very large scale that then hones in on specific communities throughout the analysis. So those are sort of the 3 options you considered. When we're voting right now, I think that's, you can sort of assume that the centralized analysis would be one of those 3 options, but we would need to work that out if the task force goes that way, right? Because that's still to be figured out. So our vote now is not really about those options, it's about the centralized analysis concept in general. Option 1 would have a very different geographic scope because it would be tailored to the scope of the agency decision, right? So you can imagine if the Department of Transportation was doing the analysis for like all of Interstate 270 project, that would be one scope. If the Oil and Gas Commission is considering cumulative impacts from an oil and gas development plan, as it already does, it's really just looking at the area around that specific plan. So, I think, well, I'll pause. Did I answer your question about scope, Jason, or geography?
Yeah, I guess my question is more careful for the horse type of question, but yes.
Okay.
Gary has his hand raised and then Ian.
So I appreciate the clarification. Just to be honest, I would struggle to vote on this straw poll right now, faced with option 1, option 2. Just because I understand what Robin's comments were. The centralized approach, I think, has a big benefit because it allows those agencies to look at that whole picture, but doesn't excuse them from still having to do the analysis on the specific action to analyze the positive and negatives for that one specific action. I also recognize Tyson's comments about we can't create this giant roadblock that we don't know exactly how long would be there until the centralized analysis would be available for each individual agency to take actions. And so those details that we kind of get into on the centralized approach, is it a third party? Is it the same third party? Do we have multiple third parties looking at various areas all at once to kind of, shorten that timeline to get a centralized approach available to the agencies sooner? And I know the point, I get why we're trying to do the straw poll, so we can really focus on the things that really have a chance to get done in the timeline that we have available for the task force. But right now, I mean, I would lean towards voting abstain because I don't really feel great saying one way or the other and leaving the other option off the table. This is my point.
Okay, well, we don't have to do the straw poll now. The other alternative is we can try to work through these outstanding questions for both options, right? You could try that. It's gonna be challenging today. So, we as your staff would really love to get direction so that we know where to kind of focus the next conversation. So I definitely recognize that concern, Gary, but it will be a little hard to kind of work through all those outstanding questions for both options in the time we have. So, anything?
Oh, I have a.
No? Yeah, let's-
Oh, thank you. I'm just curious if, I guess I was under the understanding that the straw poll was just to see if we want to keep the language in and discuss it or take it out. Is that the case on this one?
Yeah, this would be sort of a choice between these two options, right? And again, I want to take us back to why we're doing this, right? Remember, after, so far, most of the discussions we've had through April really is where this idea started to coalesce, and then the subsequent subcommittee meetings, the equity analysis going into June. There's kind of this growing consensus around the idea of a centralized analysis that then agencies implement through their own specific processes. There were a lot of public comments that said that's a bad idea. In fact, they were kind of across the board. I think every single agency that submitted comments had big questions about the centralized approach, except the health department. So though I now am hearing agency representatives say maybe they do like the equity analysis, there are just questions about how it would be implemented. And then in our discussion last week, it seemed like there was less consensus around the idea of a centralized analysis, and that maybe the idea of doing sort of more of a case by case approach in specific types of decisions would make sense, right? So I think in order to move we don't have to have a recommendation on every topic that was in the Environmental Justice Act, but because so many of the topics in the act feed into this equity analysis discussion, we want you all to get to that place. So I think for us as a group and us as your staff to understand how to facilitate those conversations, I think we do really need to just take a temperature of knowing that there are a lot more details to be worked out for both options. Where you generally lead, right? Because we have a lot to work to do under either framework, and they're interrelated, right? As everyone keeps saying, with the centralized analysis, there will need to be agency specific decisions. With case by case decisions by agencies, there will need to be hopefully some sort of data sharing, right? But just in general, I think we need to kind of get everyone's temperature on that. Also, a bunch of task force members just left the room, so maybe I'm talking too much, but
I think that's unrelated.
Hearing that, Gary, Jamie, do you feel better about taking the straw poll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand the time constraints and some decisions.
Okay. Other thoughts, feedback?
I think my name was just going to the restroom, so I'm going to couple seconds. I don't know about the other people.
Should we take our final break a little early and then do the straw polls? I don't know how many folks we saw in this room. We just lost 3 task force members in the room, so.
Will we be moving on?
I think we need to.
Like discussion?
Okay, let's just take the poll now, knowing not everyone's here, and if it's equally split, we can revisit it when more folks are back. So Natalie, do you have it ready?
That's so much work.
Renee, you're just in time. We are voting. Okay. I think 12 is the correct number. So let's go ahead and call it. There are 2 votes for option 1 for the project or case-specific analysis, individual agency project-specific analysis. Sorry, let me say that correctly. There are 8 votes for option 2, the centralized equity analysis, and 2 votes for abstain, a couple folks not in the room. It seems like then there's general consensus in moving towards a centralized concept, but not uniform. So it's good to know. And I don't know that we can firmly say like 100% yes there, like we may want to leave. Well, actually, let me pose that as a question to all before we start diving into the specifics under the centralized analysis. Do you all want to keep both options in the document to sort of prompt public comment on both options? Right.
Yeah, I would. I think, because I was really supportive of the mix and match.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I would like to agree on that. I think a mix and match of it. Actually, my vote was not included because I was just still deciding.
I want to see a community wants to respond to. See that comment.
Sorry, Renee,
We have a community comment on it as well. On both, if there's a both option.
Okay.
Not presenting it to community.
Because I think as you mentioned, like we saw that, the I-70 project, how we did definitely need a specific project analysis. Then you have smaller level projects that might not need that we might be able to utilize centralized data that supports that. So yeah, I agree. I think we should continue.
Okay, so we will, when we put
Sorry, we
this,
didn't give you any solutions.
That's okay.
Sorry, we just are like,
that's okay. These are really hard questions, and the good news is we did have a great deal of consensus around lots of things we talked about earlier, which means that we're continuing to narrow the field, which is fine. So we will, I think, frame this section of the document as still having kind of both options or some combination on the table, with general task force leaning towards the centralized concept as what goes out to the public to provide feedback on next week. And maybe we'll have a member of the public come up with a really great, what does both look like solution, which that's why we do this.
where's the?
We're gonna, I think I saw, I don't know, here, okay, so we'll go Gary, Jamie, and then we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I feel like people are like losing steam a little bit to like continue this conversation. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back, discuss in a little bit more detail. Gary, go ahead.
So one, I agree, and just, briefly wanted to mention, I really like the idea that if individual agencies are doing analysis currently for their projects, how can we incorporate that data into a centralized database, right? So it can be used by other agencies as another resource in lieu of just saying, let's find an academic institution or a third party to start with.
That's Gary.
I just wanted to point out that in option 2, it is included that even though the analyses would be created in a centralized manner, it is important for individual regulatory and decision-making entities to have flexibility to be able to implement the analyses in a manner that works for them. And so there is that flexibility built into option 2.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, it's a great point, right? Like, I think centralized is one part of that, and then the really tough part is how do we get from that centralized to individual agency decisions, but that is very much, so.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and break. I feel like people need some substantial time, so we will come back at 4:15. Sorry,
Can we do like 4:10 for the room for the picture?
yes, okay. Use the restroom, yeah, grab coffee for those, for all of our task force members. Please be back in the room and have your camera on by 4:10. We're gonna take another group photo at 4:10. So just about a 5 or 6 minute break.
Does that include voting, non-voting class members?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you do,
Okay.
is there a way to like?
Sorry, we can get our task force members in my background squad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so to Doug, Jonathan, and Dominique. Okay, we're gonna count to 3 and take the photo. We have you all on video, the task force members on video pinned to the screen.
There's more people on now too, like Sheila and Jordan.
Okay, can we pin Sheila and Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sheila and Jordan.
Well, we gotta add a couple more, but I don't know if they're gonna come in, I don't know if they're gonna come in on the bottom or the top. Well, we gotta add some here.
Oh, yeah, see, now that's.
Here, wait.
Can you-
I was gonna exactly see if it was.
Good.
Chairs, yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah. That's perfect. Let's do that. That's a great idea. Us three?
We can actually maybe stand to the side.
You don't need to sit.
They're saying you're short.
Tall people sitting, is that what you're saying?
No, I think Tyson looks right there. He's
Yeah,
not
great right
He's the
there.
same height as the screen.
That's perfect. Oh,
I'm
that's
hanging out with
great.
Dominique up here.
That looks perfect. Scary.
Yeah, oh, we're good. All right, everybody, say cheese. Actually, just smile. Environmental justice. Yeah, everybody. All right, we're gonna go.
Okay, hold on, one more. All right, let's do a fun one. All right, everybody, say whistle. Thank you. Okay, that's great.
Dude, start calling you fun guy. Like.
Okay, we're gonna start. I know people are still going back to their seats, but we have now had our straw poll that indicated some general consensus, but still a lot of questions or desire for a combined option with respect to the centralized equity analysis. So we're gonna try to spend a couple of minutes just talking about some of the big outstanding questions about how the centralized analysis would work. So the first question that we want to discuss is the location question that Tyson was raising earlier. So for the centralized analysis, one of the big questions is essentially where would the analyses be conducted? So I think all of our prior discussions have indicated that nobody on the task force thinks that there should be a centralized analysis for every single area that meets the definition of a disproportionately impacted community. But the geographic scope of where those analyses will be conducted is still a really important question. I don't want to spend too long discussing this since we kind of teed it up earlier, but we have sort of 3 options still out there. This was a concept we put forward in the survey. So if you look at the survey result section in your board packet, you can see that there's a response here. I believe it is on the, second page of the survey. There was a general consensus on this among the survey respondents, so 51%, actually 52% rounding preferred option 2. So just you can keep that in mind when we put this out to the public, there was some consensus there. But we do want to put this to a straw poll for you all, unless there is any additional discussion. What do you kind of prefer as the geographic scope for a centralized analysis? So anyone want to discuss that, or do you all feel ready to vote? Amy, go ahead.
I would like a little clarification or distinction between option 1 and 2 as far as regionalized, regional grouping versus region. Sorry.
That's okay. The option is in your packet. I was going to visually illustrate it. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got it here. I guess I would like some distinction between what we mean by a regional grouping of contiguous or adjacent disproportionately impacted communities and a region with agencies and, I mean, they're both talking about. So is there a distinction there?
I can speak to that. That a region with agencies empowered to use their own definitions of regional boundaries. Those are just usually county lines, they're usually political. It doesn't really take into consideration a community, right? It's just arbitrary. It's an arbitrary political. Whereas option 2 in my mind would be more community based, you know, if this group of folks spills over a county line, it's still the same.
And I may just to kind of illustrate that, I called up the map of Pueblo and in the areas that meet the current definition in EnviroScreen. So you can see in Pueblo, most of the census block groups in the community do already meet the definition, often under more than one category. So there are a lot of the contiguous census block groups that might meet that definition, but all of Pueblo County does not, right? So if we're kind of thinking at that broader regional scale where agencies often do their planning, there might be an analysis of a large area that kind of has a mixture of areas that do and don't meet the definition versus just kind of this contiguous set of census block groups within Pueblo County and that are kind of often close to the municipal boundaries that do. And then option 1 would be if we just chose to do so for like an individual census block group. Sorry, I just scrolled the wrong way. But say just one block group, so just this area of this one neighborhood that meets the definition.
Neighborhood level. Okay, thank you.
Additional.
Ian?
Yeah, this is actually a question I think for CDOT or, I mean, I think any of the agencies. I was reading through the comments and I think of this option 3 and I think about how like CDOT has all their regions and then like, or if you're talking about maybe Parks and Wildlife, they break it up to help them manage their land or their work. And it just seems to me that like region 1 of CDOT is in Denver and up and towards the mountains. It's like, wouldn't we want them to kind of analyze how the DI communities are being impacted in a collective thought process with the people who are the administrators of that region? I think, similar could be true for like the PUC and Excel's territory versus Black Hills territory. I'm trying to think of them collectively in that sense. That was a question to you.
It was.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm spitballing here, but it's something I was thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, the regional boundary is a political one, not based on community.
Okay.
But it does do things differently just because there are different people working, right? And so there'll be some, the word of the day, there'll be some discretion there. That being said, there's headquarters, there's sort of an overarching guidance that's given, and I think, I don't know, I'd throw back to this group, right? That if we make the recommendation that it should be based on the folks living, and the populations and communities, and that's what the option do. Yeah, I think that's a decision for this group.
Tyson?
Yeah, so I have a comment on that, and I have a suggestion for this as well. One, in what you said, Ian, I think you're really talking about what is an agency-specific evaluation, because again, if you're gonna talk about different regions, what happens when COGCC does an evaluation somewhere, are they supposed to use CDOT's region? Or, you know what I'm saying?
No, that is what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that like it falls along with the boundaries that make sense for their work. But bringing in the DI tracks that are within those areas
Yeah,
and trying to think about them collectively. Because you only have so much resources to be able to do a cumulative equity analysis.
yeah. So, but is that a centralized analysis then? Or is that an individual?
You mean back to I think it's a mixture of both. I think it's back to
I'm sorry.
option 3. I think we're like going backwards on that.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it goes backward, but just something to think about, I guess, for that piece. The other piece is, in my opinion, I think contiguous needs to be an option and adjacent needs to be an option. And those are two very, very, very different things. If you're operating inside of a DI community you're talking adjacent, and then you're saying, okay, we're gonna make sure to include everything that surrounds it. If you're talking contiguous, again, it can grow very large. It is extremely, those are two different things. And I think that also goes back to when we start talking about the final options for contiguous, or I mean, a centralized or an individual, that's gonna weigh heavily on what I end up voting on, because a centralized analysis on contiguous could be a huge, long 10-year analysis that just covers a lot of different areas. So
I just want to make one comment. And this is like very late in the day, but I do want to encourage our task force members that are attending virtually to actively participate. I know that I feel like the conversation has been dominated by the folks in the room. And I just want, Jonathan Asher, Doug Dean, Dominique, Jordan, Elizabeth Scoder, Sheila, please do feel free to raise your hand and come off mute. We do really value your opinions as well. So just wanted to flag that. Joel, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I well, two thoughts. One, I think Ian, to your point, I was a little unsure how to reflect that, and I do think, what we're looking at here is what the geographic scope of a centralized analysis would be. And so then the sort of individual agency question is then agencies are sort of applying it based on their own, when they apply the analysis, they're doing it on their own definition of a region, but the option 3 is thinking about what the geographic unit of analysis for the centralized analysis would be. So there'd be one region that all agencies kind of are like, okay, this is, I'm just gonna choose the Arkansas Valley again. This is the Arkansas Valley analysis. And then for CDOT, they'd be like, how do we incorporate this into whatever our region that includes the Arkansas Valley is, et cetera, right? So that's kind of the option on the table. Because again, we're thinking about, since there was more consensus on centralized analysis, how would it work? Tyson, to your point, do you want us to separate contiguous and adjacent into 2 separate options that can be voted on?
I believe that those are meaningfully different in my mind. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but I believe they are mandated.
We're gonna go, Brian, Uni, and then Gary.
Joel, I think you clarified my question. So, you know, the Arkansas River Valley population or community, and then a CDOT project would be a long corridor and parts of it would intersect that area. And so then we would do an impact analysis based on that analysis that was done already by the entity.
Yeah, so CDOT could apply the centralized analysis and decisions affecting the relevant region for that agency. But there's no way to kind of say like there's a single region that all state agencies currently kind of use interchangeably, right? So there would be a regional analysis, right? So maybe a Pueblo analysis, Pueblo, all of Pueblo County, all of this, the rest of Arkansas Valley, Commerce City, North Denver, or metro area, right, bigger. So I think that's kind of the framework, and then agencies would then have to use that in their individual decisions.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to go back to what I talked about earlier about the generic. I think it's the same thing, we're talking about the same thing. And I think the question is, what kind of granularity are we gonna put around it? In my mind, like I said, I'm thinking of it as like how we do generic environmental impact statements, is you focus it to the most granular level. And you put a lot of resources into it to develop this analysis that can cover like the entire state at a really granular level. And then what happens is, as agencies make a decision, or as agencies are moving forward projects or whatever they need to do, is they can pull out what region or what area or whatever it is that they're looking for a permitting action or for development action. The information is already there, so it doesn't have to be repeated over and over each time somebody comes back. So it's front heavy. We invest in this, really granular system, but its utility is much broader. And I think everybody can use it, or anybody that needs to use it can use it. Is that what we're talking about? Or am I just?
No,
putting it in
well,
a note?
That is the concept of the centralized equity analysis.
Okay,
And right now, we're trying to talk about what should be the regional scope of that analysis. So let's try to keep the conversation to just what we need to do to take a straw poll on these three options for the regional scale. Does that sound okay to everyone?
that's what I'm saying. What
Yeah.
my point was just to be really granular about it. That way, the information is already there. So I was talking maybe about maybe even the census block level. That information is available for each census block. Like I said, it's top heavy. But depending on the agency, what information they can draw from is different. It's just a mapping tool. So it can be blown up or reduced or just modified according to their use. So. But I'm saying it's a combination of all your options. You're limiting it very much by saying it has to be this, this, or this. You just start at the smallest level and that's the information you have. Because if you're putting a road, then you need to know that granular, that level of detail. Because environmental justice is an issue that affects the census block specifically. It does not affect a region or something like that. So I keep going back to that fact. If I'm a community member, I don't want to be clumped in with all these other people when somebody's thinking about running a project.
So I'm gonna just challenge us though. So I think that's a different question than is here.
Okay.
So the question here is, if we do the centralized analysis, right, so there's one big meta-analysis that's looking, it has all the components that are in the document. It has cumulative impacts, it has cost benefit, it has a health impact assessment for a specific geographic area that then agencies are making decisions based on at like the specific level. What should be the geographic scope of that document, that single centralized analysis?
The state.
The whole state. Okay.
Beatriz also has an idea.
So in the Constitution, there's communities of interest and we use those for redistricting and for like drawing maps of the Senate and the House and all of that. And I'm gonna read this. Communities of interest including ethnic, cultural, economic, trade area, geographical, and demographic factors shall be preserved within a single district whenever possible. And like people that have like watersheds that they share, it's like they can come together for certain purposes, and this is in the Constitution of Colorado, so I just want to share that. We could use it as a specific line.
Isn't that similar to option 2? It's just speaking to the breadth of it, right? Because each area, that community of interest or whatever, is gonna be contiguous, right? It's gonna include contiguous communities. And so that may be ultimately what we use to just determine the scope of the region,
Yeah,
but it is sort of still a variant of option 2. That's at least how I'm hearing it.
yeah, that's just
my
putting
initial
details, I
reaction.
think, to
Yeah.
option 2.
Yeah.
In a certain way. Just to further define what that's.
Exactly, it's what we might use to define the region that
Yeah.
we're, right, but it is, the idea is still like a regional.
Regional approach rather
Yeah.
than one single.
But I think the
census law.
scale can
Yeah.
change because of.
Gary?
So at the risk of Joel telling me I'm wandering off the path, I appreciate the comment because I think that my question was, we're talking specifically about disproportionately impacted communities. And my concern about grouping them contiguously or adjacent is if they're identified as disproportionately impacted for very different reasons. Does that affect the tool usage at the end of the day, right, for the equity analysis? Because wouldn't you want to be sensitive to the reasons why each of those disproportionately impacted communities was identified as a disproportionately impacted community by grouping them? And when we have, I think, right along the same lines, but the granularity is there. I think the tool is still very useful and accomplishes the ultimate goal. But if the granularity is not there, or you're not providing an opportunity for each community to be identified for the reasons they were identified, do we accomplish our ultimate goal?
We'll go
That's all I
Jamie,
have. I'll lower my hand.
we'll go Jamie and then.
It looks like Joel, we may already be on the same page, but going back to Tyson's point, I was just curious if we actually need the term contiguous and included in that option. Or at all. I mean, if we're looking at a disproportionately impacted community, I can see the significance of looking at the immediately adjacent communities, but any contiguous communities outside of that, I don't know that I'm understanding where the significance comes in there.
Sure, and per Tyson's suggestion, we broke that out. I mean, I'm just gonna go back to the Enviro screen and we can take a look. So I guess what I think you're saying is for adjacent, right, here's the census block group in Pueblo. And if we were only looking at the adjacent ones, it would just be the ones that touch it, right?
Right.
If we're looking at contiguous, it would sort of be, you know, this kind of like large swath of, you know, potentially most of the city of Pueblo that all kind of are touching, right? So it could be a larger analysis or a PD adjust. So I did try to break that out into 2 options. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm still unclear as to why we need the contiguous option. I mean, like I said, I see the significance of looking at adjacent communities. I'm not sure I see the significance of a broader scope than that unless there's significant data or reason to believe that all of the included communities have similar impacts or at least are all experiencing cumulative impacts, I guess.
That sounds like a good argument for one over the other, and I will alter the page so that it goes, so that adjacent is smaller than contiguous.
We'll go Ilda, Robin, and then Brian.
Put my hand down.
Okay, Robin, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what if we didn't define like the breadth right now and we took out contiguous and we took out adjacent, which like as an air quality person gives me PTSD because it's similar to like the aggregation issue of stationary sources, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're so lucky. And I just would say, like, what if we just went with surrounding, right? And then we looked at the scope of what's surrounding that when we got into that more, if that's the direction we're heading, right?
That's when you can apply the constitution where it says surrounding areas,
Well,
communities of interest.
Yeah, we don't have to define right now what surrounding means, like that could be a further discussion point, but basically what we're talking about is disproportionately impacted communities generally in the same area, in the same region, right? And that's just an umbrella. Contiguous and adjacent have like really frustrating meanings that like give air quality people like just bad dreams. So,
Okay,
Okay, and Brian, I'll let you kind of close this out on this.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I was just gonna give an example of when contiguous might be important, is if you're closing access or impacting a grocery store, it might impact more than just the census block, right? It might be the whole area. Because one of the only grocery stores in the area.
Yeah, so.
okay, we have to move on, so we're trying to close this out. I'm not sure if we are well positioned for a straw poll, given that I think we ended up with more options than we started with. I wonder, instead of a straw poll, if we could just do a like show of hands for maybe the I don't know what to call it, the joint concept, maybe the Robin concept that happened that we came to at the end, is sort of a regional grouping of surrounding disproportionately impacted communities that are generally in the same area. So what is option 4? So
Why don't we do a straw poll of yes, no, or
Yeah, okay.
abstain?
yeah,
Or
let's
just
do a straw poll of yes, no, abstain on that option 4 that's on the screen. And if we are all over the map, we can do a straw poll on all 6 options. So
Sorry, we're not doing what's up on the screen.
yeah, so just a yes, no on option 4. Yes, no, abstain. Thanks, Natalie. Sorry to change that on you.
Exactly.
Once she watches.
Can we add at least comment and like a note? I think that's helpful.
Yeah,
I did put it in there as akin to constitutional redistricting provision, with communities of interest. Is that accurate?
I think she just copied and pasted. She just copied and pasted it in the chat, the
Okay,
definition.
thank you. Well,
I'm copy pasting it into our detailed notes.
yeah, so
I'm sorry, we're all
we
excited.
take like 3 different notes, so I promise we're getting there.
We're waiting now.
We're awake.
Okay, so again, if task force members can go ahead and vote on option 4, whether you agree, disagree, or abstain.
That it should still be,
Of keeping it in the just.
No, this is your, it seemed like we were getting to consensus on option 4. So this is, is that your preferred option? Yes or no? And then if we need to break it out into voting on options 1 through 6, we will.
All right, just a few more task force members, and we're looking to see if you are in support of option 4, yes or no, or if you abstain. Okay, we'll wait a few more seconds for the last couple of task force members to participate. All right, we will go ahead and call it, with 14 people voting, 9 saying yes, they agree with this definition, 1 saying no, and 4 saying they abstain. So I think there needs to be more conversation around this option.
Yeah, so we'll keep having conversations around this option, but seems like general preference is this regional grouping concept. Again, next time we're in the centralized or the equity analysis, let's try to like really like hone in, like think about what on your drive home or wherever you do your thinking, what would this actually look like, right? To do an analysis at this scale. Okay, do you have time for our final question?
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna try to go through one more outstanding question about the centralized analysis. So again, this is just assuming we move forward with the centralized analysis concept. A really big question is who is actually going to use that analysis? Which is key to implementing it.
So just to be clear, we are on page 8. Number, page 8, and we're under B1.
And this is another question that came up in the that we posed to the public in the survey. So if you look at page 3 of the survey results, you can see this is question 4 on the survey. There was less of a clear preference on this one, but 42%. So the largest grouping, though not a majority of respondents, did choose option 1. There were 30% in favor of option 3, and then 10% in favor of option 2, and the rest of respondents were then sort of an other option. So there was not as clear of a sort of general consensus from the public on this one. So let's open it up for discussion, knowing we have 12 minutes total for the discussion, maybe a straw poll. Okay, maybe less than 12 minutes. So any discussion, or are we ready for a straw poll?
I could say something real quick. Sorry, I was gonna raise my hand, but couldn't find the button. This is Dominique. I was just gonna say that I am in favor of option 1, partly because I think that we often don't even realize all the different agencies that do take actions that impact the environment. So, you know, there are state agencies that have named representatives on this task force, but there's state agencies that don't, that maybe should. You know, Department of Local Affairs, I think, has come up. They make a lot of decisions, especially a lot of decisions on things like housing and land use. There's, you know, Department of Labor and Employment. There's lots of agencies that possibly, you know, could take action. So I would just worry, especially as agencies have programs that come and go, that we would not be comprehensive if we were to go to option 2.
Thanks, Dominique. And then, Sheila put in the chat that she's in agreement with what Dominique has said. So again, this is a moment for people to kind of discuss the options prior to voting. People don't need to share how they want to vote necessarily. But if you want to discuss this further, please do raise your hand.
Would we be by default? Combining this with all the other things that we've talked about regarding what agency's gonna do what, as far as who's gonna interact with the entity, who's going to get the recommendation, who's going to get the recommendation, who's going to interact with the entity, who's going to pay for it. There seems to be a lot of this that all revolves around not just the equity analysis, but also all the other pieces.
So
I get that we're looking at one piece of it, but they're all intersected, and I keep going back and forth, trying to figure out where we connect these dots.
yeah, I know it's really hard because things are connected. We're trying to just get enough specificity, which again is the big theme that we heard from all of our public commenters, is we need more specificity in the recommendations to react. So we're trying to get more specificity around just the narrow question of if a centralized equity analysis is conducted by whoever, which agencies are then going to implement it in a case-by-case decision, right? So just that narrow question. So which agencies are going to implement the analysis?
Okay, we'll go Michael and then Gary.
I tend to rely heavily on community voices, and I try to always balance my comments by what agencies have to say, because they're the ones that have to implement these recommendations. Having said that, I personally prefer option 3 to allow for agencies to pilot this, maybe 2 or 3 one of the larger departments, like a CDOT, for example. But that's just me. And then and the reason why, the applicability. And I think the state can take a determination based on that pilot. Do you expand? Do you recreate? So that my preference would be 3 and give the agencies, the state, the ability to test it out and then come back and make the necessary corrections or improvements. Thank you.
Gary?
So it was a question and really in line with what Michael just said is we'd like to hear from the agency folks in the room about what their thoughts are on a pilot. Obviously, some of the agencies have more resources and have more tools available when they conduct their agency actions. Does it make sense to do a pilot, try to help maybe some of the smaller agencies that don't have resources or don't have the experience in kind of conducting more robust agency actions prior to just saying we need everybody to do this?
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I think definitely, I'll volunteer CDOT for the pilot project. I think my concern would be if we say all state agencies, a lot of those folks aren't in the room. And I don't know the particulars of their program. And I know particulars of the Department of Transportation, and I've been able to mold the language accordingly. So I can speak for the Department of Transportation, and in doing so, I can say, yeah, this would make sense for us.
Ian, do you want to raise your question out loud?
Yeah, I really am cautioned about 3 because the environmental justice community came together all across the state to at least these agencies, if not possibly more, and is saying, oh, we'll let 2 or 3 decide if it works for them to delay the justice they advocated for with a majority of legislators to get these ones listed and possibly more.
Renee, is that?
Yeah, and like that invalidates exactly why we work on equity specifically for those communities.
I'll say, yeah, it's a baseline option 2 should be what we should be talking about, because.
Option 3, you get to pick or choose equity. That's how it kind of feels.
Robin?
Yeah, thank you. So I also have concerns about a pilot-based approach because it doesn't feel to me like we've been leaving open the possibility that most agencies would be undertaking some sort of equity analysis, right, in their decision-making. Like that's sort of been the baseline. And what we've been trying to answer is how are agencies going to consider equity in their decision-making? And so the way I've been thinking about it is like, what are we going to propose and like what goes into the statute? So what we might put in the statute is that agencies must consider equity in their decision-making, right? We specify which ones and which decisions and those things. And then that still leaves space to like pilot the centralized equity analysis by doing it for one community or one region, and then letting agencies use that, but still make sure that in the decision-making in the interim, right, equity is still being considered. So we don't have to actually like say in the statute that we'll use centralized equity analysis in it, right? We just say consider equity, right? And then we have different ways of doing it, and where there is a centralized equity analysis like that gets used, and it allows for us to explore how that works without committing agencies to using it before we've even done it, and we know if it's beneficial, but it's not saying like every community has to wait and see how that goes before it has the right to have equity considered in agency decision making, right? Both things happen. And I feel like all I've been doing all day is saying option 1, option 2, let's do both. But like, that's, I think, that makes the most sense to me, to let us see how the centralized analysis plays out, maybe in a couple agencies, but we still have this separate direction to agencies to consider equity in decision-making. In the meantime, they just maybe do it through more of like a traditional type of approach. And there's a lot going on right now in this space, like EPA is trying to tell us how to use Title VI to evaluate disparate impacts and decision-making, and how does that overlap, and like all of this is, we're still trying to figure it out. And so if the direction in the law is that agencies consider cumulative impacts or equity in decision-making, that still leaves space for it to like be implemented in a number of different ways.
Right, good. As I cut you off, sorry, we are so close to time.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, Ian, and I want, Gary, I think your hand was still raised, maybe in react, okay, so no.
I just want to react to that, and I think something that the community asked for clearly in 181, health and safety first and precautionary principles as a baseline while the things are being developed over time seem like really fair benchmarks along the way, of acknowledging that it won't be instantaneously, like we're supposed to be setting an environmental justice strategy, and to benchmark it is like what our community's been asking for, whether it's been for reductions in health equity disparities or in climate emissions and the impacts that are associated with them. So it seems to me like there's a way that we could weave that in, of elevating that decision-making while the rest of it comes along.
Yeah, and good point brought up by Dominique in the chat as well. Gary, did you have some?
Just quickly, I wanted to make sure my comments weren't at all aimed at trying to say agencies pick and choose whether or not to consider equity. It was, can we give them examples or help to ensure we're setting folks up for success? That was where my question was.
Okay, that was a good, robust discussion. I'm sorry we're rushing it, but we have a lot to kind of figure out in terms of next steps for where we go from here to task force. So let's do one final straw poll. Natalie will get it queued up for option 1, 2, 3 that you see currently on the screen. Thanks, Marcus. For members of the public who have joined recently, this is only task force members voting. So if we get too many votes, we'll have to redo it. Please only vote if you're a member of the task force.
Okay, we just need a couple more members of the task force to go ahead and vote. All right, with across the board, we're gonna go ahead and call it with across the board votes. We have 4 votes out of 14 for option 1, 6 for option 2, 2 for option 3, and 2 folks abstained. So we need a lot more discussion on this topic.
Any members that voted for option 1, that will be moving into option 2. Like just if we wanted, like both of option 2.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Any individuals that voted for option 1, that will be moving into option 2. That could be moved.
I'm able to move to option 2. I just think it's a long list. A very long list.
But let's work on it.
And we're short on time.
Yeah, so we're gonna wrap up the discussion of the recommendations themselves for today. We have covered every section, which is great. We obviously still have a lot more work to do, but we also have some areas where we were able to have some unanimous straw polls and consensus, which is great. Now that we know where we're at after the past 8 hours together in this room, Lubna's gonna lead us through a discussion of where we go from here.
You have something?
Yeah, she's just hyper right
Oh,
now.
just kind of be like, okay, thank you. All right, so we have 29 minutes before public comment starts. I would love to give you all a 10-minute break before public comment begins. I would hate to start public comment late, considering that we had told members of the public they had 1 hour from 5:30 to 6:30. Obviously, we've tried to build in some flexibility and past task force members that if we do go over that, you respect that and you dedicate some time to stay over. With that said, I'm going to jump right into kind of our next agenda item. As you'll see on our agenda, the next thing to talk about, this was for the 4:20 session. We're obviously a little off schedule, but just discussing logistics for public comment on the draft recommendations. I don't think this will take 30 minutes. I think we can get this done in 5 minutes. So regarding upcoming communications, and Joel, if you don't mind doing the screen share of the remaining comm slides. So I just want to highlight a couple of the things that we already have talked about with the communications department in terms of what we are planning for this next round of public comment. Well, first and foremost, we're having this meeting. Joel and I, early next week, and we're shooting for August 30th as the official draft 2, meaning, yes, we sent you an official draft 2, but this is draft 2 with the task force members' renewed feedback that will then be open for public comment. We're hoping to turn that around and get it out to the public on the 30th. Some plans that we have in place are to do a press release announcing the new period of public feedback. We're also going to try and craft another online survey, a second survey for the second draft recommendations. That survey we will also try to improve. We did get a little bit of feedback that the survey itself was a little bit confusing. It could be maybe shorter. So we're taking that into consideration. And then we'll also be promoting public feedback period and the survey on our social media channels. So just wanted to let you know that all of those are already in place. We're working with our comms team. The press release, for example, has already been drafted. We're just trying to plug and chug and get ready to go on the 30th. So next, sorry.
Oh, we have a few more comms things we're planning, so I'll run through those quickly. So we will also try to email out to specific groups, environmental justice organizations, local governments, folks who submitted comments last time, just to make sure lots of individuals and groups and organizations know about the work we're doing. And then finally, we are going to try to facilitate a series of small group conversations, likely one or a couple smaller group conversations in Pueblo, as well as some in the Commerce City, North Denver area, with at least one Cafecito style conversation conducted entirely in Spanish, likely in Commerce City, to try to get some individualized kind of focus group style feedback. So Rebecca Behill, our community engagement specialist, is setting that up.
Awesome. And I do want to mention that our plan currently, and this is up for discussion, is that we're thinking about, instead of doing a 30-day public comment period, extending the comment period to 45 days. Keep in mind, this is a comment period on draft 2. What does that mean? This is the final, essentially the final comment period, right? With all of that public feedback, we are going to create the final draft of recommendations that will be discussed at our next full task force meeting. So this is, we're nearing the end here. And so we're thinking about doing a longer public comment period for that reason. Another reason is that this is a 30-page document, right? It takes time to translate, and we do want to make sure that our monolingual Spanish speakers have the opportunity to provide public comment as well. Last time during the 30-day public comment period, it took us about a week and a half or so to get the document translated. And so our Spanish speakers had a bit of a shorter timeline to do so. So we just want to kind of extend the period in general in hopes that that will help resolve that. I'll open it up for any comments or suggestions around the public comment. If you're in agreement, for the most part, great. I really would like to hear if anybody has other ideas or would like to, have something just done differently. Ian, go ahead.
Well, I just want to take this moment to say that great improvement in outreach from the last time till now in participation by agencies. Seeing as this is getting towards the final one, I think I'd like to see all the agencies, if possible, participate in sending this out, not just a select group, and on LinkedIn. I like that. I also want to say that what about the things that are on the bike rack that people are still wanting to advance. There are at least 3 I have on my list. And I don't want to lose that misstep while everyone is here. I've had a chance to talk with a few people about it, but today.
So if you want items moved from the bike rack back into the draft, please do let us know what those items are. And then we will make sure that the draft that goes out on the 30th has those ideas back in the draft
And let's create a deadline so that we can do that.
tomorrow.
Well,
There's
there's part of me that would like to, if anyone has them available here, I know we're short on time, but for the public to hear what people are thinking about. I'm just gonna throw mine out there. 1, permit denial. Absolutely something the environmental justice community has talked about forever. Public health thresholds of cumulative pollution, which I know is complicated, but was in a lot of the comments, especially the comments that are coming from the people who are most impacted. And then the Just Transition Fund, which was also brought up in the comments and something I thought had pretty good consensus on the day we brought it up at the last meeting and somehow ended up in the bike rack, but funding it and expanding the scope. And language, I didn't see it in the bike rack, but I talked about some sort of language office. I think it's still incredibly important for our communities.
Thanks, Ian. I'll say the last one, which is I think the centralized language services office is in the draft. It's not in the bike rack. So that was one of the potential functions of the centralized coordinating agency.
See, but that, I don't think that's the same goal, because I also talked about emergency planning and for an example for language justice, not just around environmental justice. Because our community saw during the pandemic what happens when emergency planning didn't have access to language. I thought it needed to be freestanding outside of a mandate of coordination of environment. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I'll just say, if you can send ideas in writing, that will help us.
Okay.
Sometimes we hear things, we think we know from our notes, but we
That's fine.
misunderstand. So really quickly, I think that it seems like and moving backwards to your points, but the just transition concept was something we thought maybe hadn't been discussed much, but it sounds like there's lots of task force support there, seeing lots of nods, so we can move that back into the draft. Again, we're trying to go off of just how much we hear and remember, but that's why we open it up to you. The thresholds conversation is like a challenging one. So, that was something that got like a lot of public comment, and we tried to work through it in the subcommittee meeting. And just didn't really get a lot of like ideas and feedback. So I'm actually sort of unsure and would sort of welcome suggestions about how we set up the conversations we would need to work through the thresholds, just because we sort of tried designating like a good portion of the equity analysis subcommittee meeting, we just kind of didn't get any discussion, right? Like a couple folks raised their hands and then it ended. So we sort of took that as maybe there wasn't enough support or momentum on it, but
I'm basing it off the public comment,
But
which was extensive on it.
I will say that with the air toxics stuff coming up, I don't know how we do that prior to the air toxics. I would want to incorporate that because it's very specific. Public health.
Well, I'm not trying to say that we set the thresholds, right? Again, we're supposed to be setting an environmental justice strategy.
Yeah.
And if we are going to be a leading state, if it's recommending, for example, funding research or looking to the best research about chemical cocktails and the impacts on public health, that is a way that we could advance the conversation and set our state on a path to doing what's best, which is understanding the conflicts and interactions of chemicals on these communities.
Okay, we've noted that. I want to move away from the bike rack. Just unfortunately, we don't have enough time to spend kind of sharing what you all want to move from bike rack into this document. If you do have strong opinions, this is a 4-page document. Please read through it. If there's anything you want to bring back over into the recommendations, and we've recorded what you said, you have to email us by tomorrow. There's no way that we can get it into the draft recommendations unless we get it in by tomorrow. So please do let us know if, and if it's like, I don't have time to email you, you know, you can chat with me afterwards. If we end up at dinner again together, like you can tell me what you want in the bike rack, because that's equivalent to you sending me an email. So just, we'll figure out another avenue to do it. But for now, I just want to get feedback on public comment, thoughts on this 45-day period, you know, just anything related to what we presented. Any feedback?
Yeah.
I'm in favor of it.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
What are the mechanisms of outreach that the agency's gonna take? Like, are we thinking about reaching out to different grant recipients that BPHE has worked with, you know, to tap into their communities? Like, how are we gonna make sure that we get a different crowd rather than?
Well, one, everything we just presented in this plan, right? We're learning as we go, we have everything better than we had before, we're learning, it's getting better. I would also just really say, we're human, we can only do so much, we can't reach every person in the state. We have 22 amazing task force members, who all have amazing networks too, right? So if you're like, if the recommendations need to go to a certain group and you are in touch with that group, I would really say, like, please do extend that invitation yourselves, right? They're more likely to respond, but you are also welcome to share. You know, we have a much longer list of organizations and individuals and local governments that have been flagged as these folks should be involved, and we'll try to send those individualized emails, but I can't pretend that we have every person in the state on our Rolodex. So if you have specific ideas, you can tell us, or you can contact them yourselves.
Yeah, and would really appreciate the latter too, right? Like, we have been doing a lot of the legwork. So just for task force members to use your networks, once that, I will be sure to send that press release out to you so that you can maybe forward it on to any listservs that you're on and reach more people that way. I will also mention that Rebecca Vigil, our engagement specialist, has a whole list of people that she'll be reaching out to as well. She started the day of the last task force meeting. She's very well connected. She's been a community organizer in Pueblo for the past 10 years. So she is doing a lot to continue reaching out. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to move us on to our next item, which is discussing the future of the task force. And when I mean the future of the task force, what do we have here, like 11 weeks. So meeting times, dates, locations is what we really need to talk about next. So, you know, I know that people would love to have less meetings. Based on this conversation today, it seems that we at least need to have 6 subcommittee meetings between now and the next full meeting, right? We need the equity analysis subcommittee meeting to meet. Absolutely, that's a must, right? The conversation, that's kind of I feel like the part of the recommendations that needs the most work. And then I would love for every other of the subcommittees to meet as well. And I say 6 because we're adding another one, the supplemental environmental projects. We do need to have a more robust conversation there. So that said, you know, I want to propose the idea that all task force members attend all of the upcoming meetings, because I think the issue that we're kind of coming up against now is that when we do sit in these subcommittee meetings, we get into these echo chambers where the same 4 or 6 people are having the same conversations over and over again. And then we come to these task force meetings and we get a lot of different ideas, but then we don't reach consensus. So I think we need separate spaces where we can have these really robust conversations. So I'm not going to do any straw polls, but I just kind of want to see if folks are okay with that type of schedule. It is going to be a lot of calendar invitations coming your way, and it is going to be very hard to coordinate 22 people's schedules for 6 different meetings. So what we're going to have to do is we'll have to set the meeting date. If you can make it, great. If you cannot, please do listen to the meeting recording, look at our notes, provide feedback afterwards. It will require a lot of legwork on your all's end. General feelings around that like head nods for those attending virtually, thumbs up. And if anybody has thoughts otherwise, please do raise your hand. Yeah. you're
Yeah.
there.
Just if we could maybe try to make them outside of, outside of work hours, sort of 4:30 on. I'm just curious with other folks if that works with individuals, but I know for other folks who would have a day job, or even just coordinating with people's already working schedules.
Yeah, and I think that's been a challenge in general for scheduling, is that there's a lot of mixed feelings. I've been, just as the board's manager on this. There's people who are like, we're kids, we have our lives outside of our 9 to 5, like, we cannot keep doing these late night meetings. So, I mean, I just want to acknowledge that there is like, the family needs. So any like other feedback on that? I mean, we can definitely try to schedule outside of like the 9 to maybe 4:30 range. But are there any people that are just really like, that does not work for me to do meetings after hours, after work hours?
I prefer to go with the community hours, because as we're coming down to the very end of making big decisions on environmental justice, having hours that are more accessible for the impacted communities is my favorite. And I understand that half of the task force is made up of people who work for the government and they want to be done at the end of the day. But I think if we're going to effectively engage people in these critical decisions at the end and they can observe, that's my preferred.
My only rebuttal to that is being a person with many kids. I can make my work schedule work. I can go early, I can go before work, but after school, my kids don't have driver's license, they don't have rides, they shuttle all over the place. The reality is for me, there are some impossibilities there, just from.
Yeah. Renee.
Well, just, or.
Or early
evenings.
mornings, can we do 7 to 9?
You know, early
I woke up
mornings.
at 4 this morning.
Okay, sorry, just one person at a time. So Tyson, you're proposing early morning, we'll go Renee and then Robin.
I was just gonna say proposing weekends, Tuesdays, and Tuesdays and Thursdays I can't, because I hold a whole other group for cultural education. So, yeah, I have just other obligations, I'm sorry. But
Okay,
I can
so-
do early mornings.
Some thoughts on early mornings or weekends, Robin?
I was gonna suggest, like, I also have little kids, and so like 4:30 to 6:30 is a total disaster gong show, in my house, but like usually like by 7, if things are calmed down, so if we're, like
Or bigger days.
later evenings, like after dinner, once kids are sort of going to bed, my husband's gonna kick me, but he's not here, and so I just wanted to put that on the table, because just 4:30 to 6:30 is really hard with little people.
Thanks, Robin. We're gonna go Michael and then Bethany. Sorry, I just want to make sure that the folks online are able to participate. Michael, go ahead.
Just give me advance notice and I'll make something happen.
Okay.
Early
Bethany?
mornings, afternoons or evenings.
Okay,
I think Robin's suggestion is a community schedule too. That's when
Yes.
people are driving
Yes.
home and also feeding their children. So I think that late afternoon works for disproportionately affected communities.
I'm willing to, this is only a
Maybe-
couple more
maybe
minutes.
later.
I'm
Late evening.
okay, so is there, so I also want to keep in mind that we're talking about 6 different meetings, right? And so I do want to offer some variable times, but I do want to be cognizant of, the equity analysis subcommittee, for example. And maybe we'll shift away from calling any of these subcommittees anymore, because we want these to be full task force meetings. So I'll try to get that out of my vocabulary. So committee meetings, with the equity analysis committee meeting, we probably need at least a 4-hour meeting. I know this sounds crazy, but this is, if you look at the meeting today and the level of depth that we need to go into and what we need to hash out, that's easily a 4-hour meeting. And so with that, I'm not gonna schedule a meeting that goes from like 7 PM to 11, right? So there is gonna be some variability in timings. Uni is like freaking out because she's on the East Coast. So we expect you to be in the meeting till 1 AM. But I think right now there's kind of general, like, we should vary meeting timing, so I will consider the 7 to 9 for maybe like a couple of the 2-hour committee meetings, and then, you know, again, recognizing that 22 different people have different needs, not everybody is gonna be able to attend every single meeting, but I'll just kind of do some schedule variability. If anybody has like or is like, absolutely not, we need to stick to these times, please do share that now, but that feels like the best solution forward. It's just providing variable times. Okay. So I think one thing I'd like to talk about next is whether we need to have 1 or 2 full task force meetings. And when I say full task force meetings, I'm talking about in person. We originally had our meeting 6, our final task force meeting scheduled for October 24th and 25th. We are considering shifting that, and you all probably saw a calendar invitation come through for November 9th and November 10th. We haven't released the October dates because we are still debating on whether we need to have 2 separate meetings. Do we need to meet in late October and then meet again in the beginning of November? Are we okay with releasing those dates? And I can schedule some subcommittee meetings on those dates on the 24th and 25th, since people have the calendar holds. Thoughts on that? Like, how many between now and November 14th, how many in-person meetings, full day in-person meetings do we need? Robin?
I think we need at least one day, maybe not 2, in person to talk about what happens in the committee meetings that we're not all gonna be able to attend all of. That's just realities, but like one where we really all can come together if it's possible. You mean, don't get mad. I know, but then we need one to like vote on the final draft thing that we're sending. That feels like that feels like which it might be 2 days, maybe 1 day. And it's a lot, but that's what we signed up for when we signed up for this task force, right? Is to give the best work product possible. And so it feels like we're gonna need a discussion day about what comes out of these next committee meetings. Then you guys take that and write up, that's my understanding, we'll write up the actual draft the recommendation that we're gonna approve yay or nay. And that's what's November. And then that gets submitted. Is that right? Like, that's what you guys are thinking? Like, our last vote is gonna be like the document that we.
Yeah, to be clear, the November meeting that we had scheduled for the 9th and 10th would be a voting meeting. We're voting, we are like, it's not really like a straw poll. It's not just like gauging how people are feeling so we can discuss further. It's yes or no, is this going in? We need to get into the discussion of the minority report, which we, built in.
So that feels to me like we need another full day of discussing what comes out of the committees and framing the document. That's my opinion. I'll defer
Towards like the end of September, early October.
Yeah, maybe if it takes us all of September to have all of these committee meetings, then maybe it doesn't, not end of October, but early in October. Yeah.
For folks that work in elections
so,
later in October.
One at a time.
So I do want to mention that just really realistically looking at timelines, we will not be able to fit in all 6 subcommittee meetings within the next 4 weeks. It's just not feasible. Based on everyone else's schedules as well as our schedules. As you know, the EJ program, while we are staffing up, we are managing an entirely different board, the advisory board. They are having their last quarterly meeting on October 5th. And so that is something that we're going to run up against in terms of scheduling. That meeting is equally as important because we're launching the new EJ grants program. And so I just want to be cognizant of timelines. So I do think mid-October is a possibility to have one full task force meeting to talk about all the committee recommendations and then do a final meeting on November 9th and 10th. Is that what people are generally proposing? That we have 2 more one-day meetings, one taking place in mid-October and then another taking place on November 9th or 10th. Jeannie?
When does the public comment period end?
October 14th would be 45 days from next Tuesday, just when we like to get this out. So
You're recommending we meet before the public period ends or after?
I think when we were thinking of a 45-day public comment period, we were assuming only one more task force meeting. And that would give us time to integrate all the feedback from the public and all the subcommittees into sort of a final thing for you all to discuss and vote on. But we can always change that, right? We could go back to doing a 30-day comment period with another meeting in October. So yeah, there are options, I guess I would say.
So, yeah, I guess that's an important consideration is like going back to the public comment conversation. If we do meet mid-October, is it important for you all task force members to have kind of a new and polished draft that has public comment from draft 2?
Is there an issue with meeting October 24th and 25th and then November 9th and 10th? Because we already have those scheduled. Is there a reason why we wanted it earlier in October?
We could stick to those dates. They're already held on your
That's what we
calendar.
talked about in the coaching, right?
Well, yeah, that's why you said not to release them because.
Yeah.
But do we want to have those meetings be one-day meetings? Right now, they're two-day meetings each, the 24th, 25th of October, and then November 9th and 10th. And just keep in mind, I know nobody actually wants to meet for 2 days, but we're thinking about what is needed here, right? As task force members delivering something.
I mean, do you hold on to those November dates as an emergency overflow? I would like to think that we could get it done in October, but then, you know, I thought we'd be farther today too, so. I don't know.
Tyson, is what you're proposing, maybe a one-day meeting in October, so either October 24th or 25th, and then we do the full two-day meeting October 9th or November 9th and 10th? Or do we want to have two full two-day meetings?
Saying, I guess I was saying, do we have a 2-day meeting in October to try and finish? And if we, after day 1 in October, we're like, no, we're not gonna finish, we keep the November dates and try to make some progress that second day in October and then get to a voting.
Is that realistic?
No.
Get the comments done?
Yeah, I
don't think,
yeah.
I mean, I think it's 2 and 2 or 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think realistically, we want robust public comment. If we have a 40-day comment period,
You need
6
to finish.
subcommittee meetings, hundreds of comments, we're not going to be able to turn that around in a week for you all and have a good product for you to like make final votes on October 24th. Like,
But it could be good if people read the comments that are submitted, because those will be public record. For us to discuss what we would like to see in a draft and be working collaboratively towards it in October. Right, because it stops you from having to guess like what the community feedback was and trying to get it in there, and we could assess it and work collectively to help you pare it down instead of hundreds of comments. And you're like, I think this one's in, I think this one's out.
Yeah, and I think just to Tyson's point, with maintaining the October 24th, 25th date, we can't assume we'll have a final polished draft for you all to vote on that. So if there's
Well, yeah.
another meeting, then if we have a meeting, then we'll still have to meet in November for the final vote.
Right.
So do we do a 1 day with, do you think we'd be able to get like a summary response done by the October one? Because then we could utilize the summary response to maybe make some final pushes to get things done, and then we can vote on them in November, once we actually get the draft.
Yeah, we can do that, you know, the summary of the comments or the survey, yeah, there, so we'll do our
Yeah,
best
there'll be
there.
raw comments too that they read.
Yeah.
Like they were this time.
Yeah, and if there's a new idea that comes up in the summary comments, then we can dig into that, do the detail.
Yeah.
And then when we meet in October, discuss that, and if we have to have a
And then when you're talking about November, when we're trying to meet a statutory deadline, I would rather it was 1 day, but I think it may be smart to block 2 days because we don't know what's gonna happen with the voting and the reports and stuff. Yeah, right, like precautionary plan to have the time to address it.
That's what I was gonna say is, I was gonna suggest the opposite of Tyson's approach, where we lock in both the October dates and the November dates. And we do our best in October, and if we get, you know, a good way through what we need to do, then maybe we only have one day in November or even none if things go.
I think what he's-
I'm sure we will have to have.
What Joel was saying was-
Hold on, one at a time. Our interpreters can only interpret one person speaking.
I guess my point is, if we have both sets of dates locked in, then we can assess again after October, or at the October meeting, and if we need, we already have the November dates locked in.
Well, and I think Joel was saying that by the October date, we won't, correct me if I'm wrong, we will not have final language to even vote on. Because
Even late in October?
We
That
won't,
just
we won't
need
have,
time for the comments to be processed for them to be able to collect them.
we'll have the raw comments and we'll have had 6 subcommittee meetings or
Yes.
all staff meetings, which are all committee meetings, which I think means if you come to it, you get paid for it now, even if it's not your committee. But I just made that up, I'm sorry. But no, but I think there'll be plenty to talk about. I think there'll be plenty to talk about, and it's better to have that time to do it.
Okay, so we're gonna keep the meeting dates, October 24th and 25th, November 9th and 10th. We're keeping all the meeting dates. We are adding 6 full committee dates between now and October 24th, hopefully by, early October.
March.
Very lastly, before we get into public comment, and really just minimal, if you have any comments on whether you would like the location to be changed, we've kind of come to this conclusion in the co-chairs meeting. We sent out a survey about a month or so ago on like locations for in-person meetings, right? I think many of you all see the value in us meeting together. The conversations are, generally different. They're a little bit more robust. So we would love for those October and November meetings to be in person. The 2 locations that we've decided from, and this is based on the feedback from your all's responses to the survey, as well as from the co-chairs, is that the October meeting take place in Greeley and that the November meeting take place in Pueblo. If there's any disagreement with those meeting locations, or you have you're like, no, this needs to happen in another place, please raise your hand or just speak up now. Okay, not seeing any hesitations there.
I'm a little torn between Greeley and Alamosa, but I guess.
Sorry, what was that,
I
Jamie?
said I'm a little torn between Greeley and Alamosa, but it doesn't sound like Alamosa is even an option.
Alamosa was an option. It just didn't receive as many votes in the survey that we sent out. So it received some votes, but we were just looking at the majority. And so that's why we chose Greeley. Yeah.
It was also an effort to try to be in quasi 4 parts of the state, right? Northern Colorado, Western Slope, Pueblo being a place that people from Alamosa could get to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all for bearing with all those logistics. This is a crazy timeline. We know this is a bit of a stressful time, but I do want to kind of check the temperature in the room. We are 5 minutes into public comment. Do folks desperately need a break? Do we want to jump into public comment? Okay.
you like a scatter break to start.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep things rolling, but I can go as fast as I possibly can.
Okay, if we all can go as fast as we possibly can for a bio break, 5 minutes and we will return at 5:40. So please come back online at 5:40. quick announcements before we jump right into Ian and Tyson leading the session and calling on folks. So thank you all for your patience. I know we are starting public comment 12 minutes late. But we are happy to kind of stay a little bit over and make sure that we hear all the members of the public that want to share their comments. This is a dedicated 1-hour session to public comment. As a reminder, the public comments that are received today will be most helpful if they're directed towards the draft recommendations. Please note that you can submit your public comments in writing as well by emailing cdphe@state.co.us. The public comments will be very helpful if they are specific to the recommendations, if you explain whether you support or oppose a certain recommendation, and you consider how to implement the recommendation. I also want to let folks know that they can also raise general environmental justice concerns in their community that they feel is important for the task force members to hear. We just do want to let you know that we appreciate your time in joining us today. This meeting is being recorded. We are taking notes on all of the public comments. And our Spanish language interpreters can interpret the comments in either language, in either English or Spanish. Our interpreters Gisela and Mateo are on now. If you do deliver your comment in Spanish, we please ask that you pause and you give our interpreters a moment to switch to the Spanish channel so that the English interpretation can be heard in the room. When it's someone's turn to provide public comment, Ian and Tyson, as our co-chairs, will call on them. Natalie will go ahead and unmute them. Commenters are given 5 minutes each. We ask that you please stick to the five minutes, otherwise we will have to cut you off. We do want to make sure that we are able to hear from everyone. And there will be a timer up on the screen to indicate that your 5 minutes is up. As a reminder to those providing public comment, please do keep your comments respectful and ensure that they're civil in nature and do not include any vulgar or harassing language. And we did ask folks to register for public comment in advance. So if we get through everybody that registered by 6:30 and there are still some folks lingering in the room or in the virtual room, we'll try to add you to the queue and just make sure that your comment is heard as well. And very lastly, before I turn it over to Ian and Tyson, please note that we have made it possible to receive compensation for your participation in the meeting today. If you are providing public comment and would like to receive a participation incentive, which is a $45 gift card, we ask that those in the room, please do sign up on the sign-up sheet. Thank you, Joel. What we need from you to provide you compensation is your first name, your last name, and your email address. That is the minimum amount of information that we need to send you a gift card. For those in the room that are signing up on the sign-in sheet, there's essentially a column that says, do you want to receive compensation, yes or no? Please check yes if that is something that you want. For those attending virtually, what we need you to do is email us. Again, Natalie will put this in the chat, cdphe_ej@state.co.us. And if you could put participation incentive in the subject line, so it's very easy for us to know why you're emailing us. Again, for those attending virtually, we will need your first name, last name, and email address. I will not be talking for the rest of the day. I'm turning it over to our co-chairs, Ian and Tyson. Thank you for leading us through this public comment session. We have a list of names of those who have signed up. Natalie will cue the names in the chat in addition to Tyson and Ian calling their names out loud. Thank you.
Great. For those who are just joining, as you heard, my name is Ian Thomas. I am the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the Colorado Environmental Justice Action Task Force. I was appointed by the Speaker of the House, and I'm really excited to be here in Grand Junction for a couple reasons. One, with my work with Green Latinos, we've been out here trying to collaborate as a statewide movement for environmental justice. And I actually was thinking about how years ago, when I was fighting I-70 projects, I came out here and the Lions Club supported us and they put up free billboards here about fighting a road that was hurting our community. And it was also taking from the pocketbooks of people in Grand Junction. And so I'm really just excited to be here and we're gonna be getting into people's comments. Brianna Gonzalez with Hispanics Enjoying Camping, Hunting and the Outdoors, also known as HO. Is she with us virtually? Oh, and did you want to introduce yourself, Tyson?
No, I'm all right. My name is Tyson Johnson. I was appointed by the House Minority. You know, I to represent non-renewable energies, but I have an affinity with West Slope as well. I grew up in Steamboat. When I say Steamboat, it was not on the mountain, on the ski mountain, it was in rural Steamboat. You know, I think this is something that has multiple applications across the state, and it's really important that we get it right. So to be out here to hear public comment, to hear from citizens that live in this community on the West Slope is really important. Something that I've been reiterating over and over again, and I'm really looking forward to hearing public comment today.
Great.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so we'll go to Brianna if she's online. Kind of looking at Natalie still.
Yeah, I think she's probably just searching for her.
Oh, okay.
Don't see Brianna.
Okay.
See Victoria.
Victoria Suncourt, 350 Colorado.
And for our task force members that are in the room but are on the Zoom, you can feel free to log off. No more straw polls. So if you want to just be more present and like close your laptops or whatever you need to do, just know that you can log off the Zoom.
Victoria's not on? No. Is
Next up is Colin Wire.
Colin Meyer from Carbondale City Council.
Hi, thank you, committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name's Colin Laird. I'm a town trustee in the town of Carbondale, which is in Garfield County, Colorado, which is oil and gas country. So I really applaud your efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And in particular, in your recommendations, I really want to highlight the section on community engagement and ensure that you engage the local communities in the region. All of us are impacted by climate change, ongoing drought and fires, and the oil and gas industry, and would encourage you to, I think that's a great thing to include in the report, and I really appreciate that. I'd also like to highlight the fact that Garfield County is 30% plus Latino. Many of these folks live along the highways in trailer parks and are disproportionately impacted by air pollution throughout our region. Carbondale has a 40 plus Latino population, and really want to make sure that they're included in your discussions. Many of these folks do not have health insurance, and health challenges will be harder to deal with, especially pulmonary issues down the road if they're living in an environment where air quality is not as good as it could be. I really support your efforts, really want to highlight the community engagement, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Colin. We really do appreciate those comments, especially coming from a community that, out here on the West Slope. A question for you in regards, when you said community engagement, and this varies from county to county and city to city, but you know, is that including, you know, city council, county commissioners, you know, individual citizens, a culmination of all there? Can you just give a little more detail on?
Well, I mean, I think
on what your vision is.
I think local officials will be involved as much as they want to, but I think there's a whole general population in our community that is often underrepresented in these efforts. And I think we want to make a concerted effort to try and include them. We have a lot of really good organizations in the region that work specifically with the Latino community so that we can reach out to them. And it might not be just getting them to meetings. It might be just having conversations with folks to make sure we get their concerns and their issues before this committee so we can move forward. I would like to just add one thing. Garfield County is very fortunate. We monitor our air quality in 5 locations in the county. And it has shown some interesting trends around PN10 and ozone, especially related to the fires we've had in recent years. But so I hope that as this moves forward, there's a way to build on the work that our public health department has already done. I'm sure they could use some more resources to expand their programming. Yeah, hopefully I answered your question.
No, that was excellent. I appreciate that.
Any other questions from other or comments from other task force members?
Thank you for your comment. Thank you so much for making your comment. I think that's something that we are taking into really consideration after reviewing some of the comments. A lot of municipalities, regional councils, real looking into how local governments are being involved into the development of this process. Also has been elevated nonprofits. You mentioned the high percentage of Latino communities. How are we partnering with local community groups that have the credibility, that are connected to those programs, but also being able to compensate that time for those nonprofits and those community connectors. So I think that's something that we're continuing to develop and look into the formal recommendation, the final formal recommendations. But thank you so much.
You're doing a great job thus far. So thank you so much for all your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Are you on Zoom? So I can't tell if anyone's hands are raised online. Oh, you let me know? Okay.
Nobody's hands are raised.
Okay, well, thank you to Colin. Who's next? It's
Emily Bear, Erie City Council.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Emily Bear. I'm a newly elected trustee in Erie, a member of Colorado Communities for Climate Action, and an impacted resident. I just want to take a moment and express my appreciation for your efforts here to address equity and environmental justice. The care and intention that you're putting into these deliberations illuminates the importance of the work you're endeavoring, and I'm grateful for your perseverance. In Erie, our air quality monitoring program shows that we are greatly impacted by ozone, particulate matter, air toxics, and greenhouse gases from a variety of sources, including oil and gas development and regional traffic corridors, falling under multiple agency jurisdictions. This highlights how important it is for the task force to clearly define accountability and regulatory authority to ensure that these eventual rules are robust and enforceable. I think we've heard today that it's important to create that baseline equity plan and to build in a process for accountability and support for agencies who fall short or who don't have the capacity to meet that baseline. The cumulative impacts analysis is so important for measuring progress. The analysis should focus not only on the impacts, but should make recommendations about how rules and regulations and permits could improve conditions for communities like mine that are heavily impacted by energy development. I feel compelled as an impacted resident to bring us back to the human element for a minute. When we're discussing impacts and analysis and data, it's easy to group those into map dots and percentages, but it's important to remember as you're building this framework that these impact stories belong to someone. They're so powerful because they're shared from a place of brave vulnerability. I'm not sure how to tell you to build compassion into this framework, but it's absolutely necessary that compassion is the lens we're all looking through when approaching this work. The equity analysis is another important aspect of your recommended rules, and I encourage you to emphasize the importance of consultation with local governments and local health departments, as you were just talking about, and to not only save a seat at the table, but to continue to bring the table to residents who are impacted in your equity analysis to ensure that those impacts to disproportionately impacted communities are adequately recognized and addressed. We've seen that older residents, retirement communities, 55+ neighborhoods like those in Battlement Mesa and Broomfield have been impacted when oil and gas development have been sited nearby. For that reason, I'd like to see our elder population included in your equity outreach. I also encourage you to make sure that your recommendations support and enhance the health standards in House Bill 1244, the Air Toxics Act. My community is very supportive of the state's ambitious emissions reduction goals. As a community on the front line of environmental impacts from energy development, exploration, and use, we are equally interested in Colorado's efforts to address impacts to local communities. Thank you for your time and consideration in developing recommendations for robust equity rules.
Thank you, Emily. We do very much appreciate that. That was very comprehensive, and you did a very good job of staying within the time frame. So we do appreciate that as well. I want to extend it to the rest of the task force. Does anybody have any questions for Emily?
I think just an excellent reminder to not silo ourselves when we're talking as representatives of agencies or organizations, to include the cooperation. That was well said.
Great point, right? Thank you.
Yeah, and could you remind us how many different municipalities does CC4CA represent?
I actually don't know that number off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
I heard George from Clear Creek County say they represent like 1.4 million Coloradans, or 1 in 4 Coloradans. So he said a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I had heard a large number, I wasn't sure, but I just wanted to kind of recall it. I don't remember such a.
What organization?
CC4CA.
What does it stand?
Colorado Communities for Climate
Yeah.
Action.
I believe
And
it's-
it has individual members of electeds, and it also has entire cities that are signed up, or
Yeah.
local communities.
Local communities.
Okay, anyone else? That one on mine?
I
Okay,
would just like to express some appreciation for the just calling out that empathy is a big part of our work and trying to advance the cause of equity. Thank you.
okay, so the next person we have on here is Kirby, who I don't see because he was here yesterday, but that's Kirby Blaine. Virtually, the next person is Scott. Is that Hatfield? Scott Hatfield.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to let you know that I have a master's degree in environmental engineering, bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. I'd like to talk a little bit about air toxics. We've got a bad situation with major sources versus minor sources. Major sources like Suncor, especially. It's the first time a Title V air permit has ever been kicked back to the states. They're always rubber stamped, and then we also have a lot of problems with the minor sources that is especially is fracking, and we really need to address the cumulative effects and have community health-based standards that can be upheld so that we don't have the major sources just blanketing everything and making contributions from more minor sources, especially fracking, swept under the rug. Here in the Front Range, we have severe ozone non-attainment. Oil and gas is contributing 1.5 times the ozone precursors as transportation sector. So oil and gas wants to put the burden on commuters rather than taking accountability. The Chamber of Commerce is against any accountability for employee commutes. And we need to shift this burden to the trip generators, not just people in the neighborhood trying to go get groceries and things like that. If you got hundreds of employees, you really need to step up and take a little bit more accountability. Now, the Chamber of Commerce is in league with the oil and gas industry. It's really hypocritical for them to both deny any accountability for oil and gas, and then, when they're trying to shift that responsibility over to commuters, trying to not take any accountability for their employees. So there really needs to be a bigger accountability role for transportation demand management for employers. Some other things I'd like to say more on the environmental justice side of all this is that a lot of this fascism trend in this country, January 6th type fascism is really putting oil and gas in position to benefit from them. The right wing is trying to normalize psychopaths and sociopaths, and oil and gas clearly are in the best position to benefit from that. They're working hand in hand with developers, especially the Home Builders Association. This is not just about putting fracking in their new neighborhoods. They own mineral rights, they build all these homes, and then they sell the mineral rights for fossil fuels to oil and gas, and that's right in the middle of the neighborhood, causing mortgage problems and huge devaluation of property values. Another thing that was pretty interesting at my local county Democratic Party, some ACLU lawyers were extremely upset about how racist police are really working for the developers. And that's where they're trying to control people. So lastly, I guess I'd like to say, it's not just people in communities that, suffer from breathing and getting contaminated, but there's also a need for environmental justice for scientists and engineers who want to do the right thing rather than being put in a situation where you can lose your job or you can be abetting crimes, just as the whistleblowers at the Air Pollution Control Division were complaining about. And that got kicked back after trying to sweep that under the rug. Time's up.
Thank you for your comments, Scott. Does anybody have any questions for Scott? All right, next we have Joan May.
Good evening. Thanks for taking comment tonight. We appreciate it. My name's Joan May, and I'm the Outreach Coordinator for Colorado Communities for Climate Action, CC4CA. And as was mentioned earlier, CC4CA is a coalition of 39 member communities. All our members are either counties, cities, or towns, and represent about a quarter of the state's population. CC4CA and I thank you for your hard work on incorporating environmental justice into Colorado's ambitious emissions reduction and clean energy transition goals. CC4CA is supportive of the many public comments you are receiving in support of recommendations for strong data-based rules with regard to environmental justice. I'd like to particularly encourage that any recommendations for rules will apply to all regulatory agencies across the state, not just CDPHE, but also the Colorado Energy Office, Department of Natural Resources, and any other regulatory office within the state that might be dealing with energy development. I'd also like to emphasize the importance of the rules and their importance in providing funding mechanisms for community outreach, and that aspect of any recommendations that you send to the state legislature. Public participation is a vitally important aspect of making sure that the needs of disproportionately impacted communities are heard and addressed, as you heard from Councilmember Laird from Carbondale. We want to make sure that in order to adequately include the community coordinators must be included in the budgeting, and those positions must be funded appropriately. CC4CA supports the cumulative impacts analysis, as Trustee Bear mentioned, the important information for measuring progress as the rules are implemented. CC4CA wants to emphasize that the rules should focus not only on the impacts, but should also make recommendations on how the rules, regulations, and permits could possibly improve conditions for disproportionately impacted communities. I would also like to emphasize that it's not always obvious which communities are impacted. Sometimes disproportionately impacted communities are embedded in neighborhoods that are not so obvious, but some of these community members suffer from pollution, but lack the mobility economically to mobilize and move their location and improve their own quality of life. So it's important that the recommendations include assessment of disproportionately impacted communities, and that those assessments be comprehensive and robust beyond what is traditionally seen as an impacted community. And finally, we encourage you to consider that equity should encompass access to emerging clean energy technology, and we hope that you incorporate these technologies into your recommendations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Joan. Reach out to the rest of the task force to see if anybody has a question. I actually did have a question because there's been a lot of debate over.
Sorry.
Are we sticking to?
No. I just want to make space for a couple of the people online. So.
Oh, there was, sorry, I didn't.
It's okay. I'm keeping an eye on it, so I'll just give you cues. So Sheila and then Michael and Tyson.
Excellent.
May I ask my question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so could you say more about, disproportionately impacted people embedded within communities that might not be considered? So I want to hear more.
So a real easy example of that is Eagle County and Vail, which isn't usually considered as a disproportionately impacted community, but they have a large population of lower income folks, of people of color, of Latinx community, and they are right along I-70. And so they, even though it's not an oil and gas community, they experience the impacts of pollution from nearby I-70. Those should be included, not just the oil and gas communities, although those are vitally important as well. So that's one example, but I think you can find others across the state. Here, where I live on the Western Slope, the resort of Telluride is here, and yet Nucla and Natarita nearby just had plant closure, Tri-State's electricity plant closed, which they have the impacts economically and environmentally from that. So it's not always right in the obvious oil and gas communities.
And what you're saying also makes me think of people who may lack documentation.
Right.
Being embedded, okay.
Michael?
Joan, thanks for your service for Colorado Communities for Climate Action, CC4CA. Real quick, you gave some numbers as to all of the communities who you represent. What are those? Can you say those numbers again?
Yeah, we have 39 member communities. So those are all cities, counties, and towns. They range from Denver down to some communities that have less than 1,000 people. So it's a pretty broad range. We have 1.1. They represent, these are city councilors, town council members, town trustees, and board of county commissioners who represent 1.1 million people across the state, which is roughly a quarter of the state's population.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments this evening.
Thank you.
All right. I actually, will pass on my comment. I was along the same lines as Sheila, so, I will, if that's it, if that's everybody, we'll go ahead and move on. All right, let me get back to my list here. Eric Rochelle, I believe is in person.
He's not in the
No,
room.
he's not in the room. All right, if Eric comes back, please let me know and I will come back to him. Emily Hornbeck.
Are we speaking into a mic to make our
Please, come take a seat at the table. and
Yeah,
she'll
you
be able to hear
can
you.
you can sit here or there, yeah. And either one of these owls will pick up on your voice.
Hi, thanks for coming to Grand Junction. I'm Emily Hornback and I work with the Western Colorado Alliance for Community Action. We're a grassroots organization that has members from Cortez to Craig. We represent over 2,000 members and supporters. And we have been working on these issues for a really long time. We haven't been able to be as engaged with you all this summer, but we have been paying attention and tracking the issues. And thank you very much for your work. We know these are very difficult and challenging questions and issues to wrestle with and to turn into implementable policy for our state. So thank you for your work. A couple things that I just wanted to say is that there are a lot of folks in this community who wanted to be here tonight who couldn't, that I think really, and the reasons why they can't be here speak to the intersectionality of the work that you're doing. And just to echo some of Joan's comments about how important it is to set a standard that can be applied to multiple agencies across the state of Colorado. Because for example, last night I was trying to get some folks from other places in Grand Junction to come and speak, but they were at a healthcare access meeting for reproductive justice folks, for low-income people and people of color in Grand Junction. And tonight there's a big training happening in Clifton, the Clifton Community Leaders Project about housing and parks. And just, I mean, there's like what people are dealing with in their everyday lives, you know, touches environmental justice. And there are folks in these communities leading on these issues, and we'll be working with them to submit comments to you all later on the drafts. But just there's a lot of folks here who want to come who couldn't. But thank you for all the efforts you've gone to create accessibility, to create translation and interpretation services. We've worked really hard to try to help Latinx folks and Spanish speakers participate in agency spaces in the past and really struggled to make that possible. So I just want to commend you all for making Zoom available for our communities that have such a hard time reaching decision-making spaces sometimes, and also for language access, which can be a real barrier in all communities, but especially in rural Colorado where folks can feel really language isolated. A couple things I wanted, we'll submit more comments on the drafts that are more technical and specific in nature, but just speaking to a couple things that I've heard in the room. Wanted to just also like emphasize the importance of cumulative impact analysis and like the thresholds that folks are talking about. We have worked very extensively in Garfield County with the community of Battlement Mesa around oil and gas development. And I know was a lot of focus on that yesterday. And that's not the only thing y'all are wrestling with, but I think the story is a good one because Battlement Mesa is surrounded by oil and gas development. And for the past 10 years, we've been working to try to protect that community from drilling coming into the actual PUD boundaries, even though there were dozens and dozens and dozens of wells like all over the place. But when you were conducting the, you know, when the COGCC was conducting the individual analysis on the individual well permits for bringing them into the town, you know, they weren't taking into consideration all of the other wells that already existed, right? So it's just like a really clear example of how you can't take permits and analyze them in isolation. And we do experience that in Western Colorado, right? Like that happens here. There are ranchers and folks who might not have quite the same well density around them. So like, even though Battlement Mesa is a concentrated community of suburban development, like ranchers are living in places that have lots of well development around them too, and we need to consider the full cumulative impact of what they're experiencing. The other thing I wanted to speak to is also uplifting the issue of just transition in this framework. You know, we are a resource extraction based economy in a lot of ways. So we have burgeoning recreation, tourism, and all sorts of, you know, actually agriculture is the biggest driver in Mesa County itself, you know, but the impacts that are happening with the closure of the coal plants and Craigs and different changes that might be happening in our economies do need to have an equity focus as the Office of Just Transition and other funding mechanisms are created. We've been really engaged with the Office of Transition process to try to make sure that those resources are reaching the community in Craig and not just taking care of kind of the most immediate issues that are being left with tax revenue and worker issues, but there's also like huge gaps that are being left with the moms who are, connected to the folks who work at the power plant who are now losing like their workforce and access to childcare. And there's just like equity through all of the state agencies, including what we need to do as we transition to new economies and energy sources is a really important thing to uplift in this work. So those are a couple comments that we just wanted to put into record today. And we'll submit some more and work with other folks from this community to give you some more feedback on your final draft. But thank you so much for coming to Grand Junction. Environmental impacts look different in different places. In DJ itself, like, fun and walk down by the river, that's where the uranium mill used to be. And our river used to look really different. And it used to be a wasteland of trash and dumps and uranium mill tailings. And through a lot of effort, it doesn't look that way anymore. But, we still have mill tailings that are stuck in people's homes that we're still doing remediation around. You have to get tests for, it's just like we are living with the legacy of resource extraction in Western Colorado. So it's just like a reminder that environmental justice impacts look different in different places, and we certainly have them in rural Colorado, even if it doesn't look the same as it does in Denver. And so the work you're doing is very relevant to us, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Want to extend it to the, I know Ian had a comment, and I did not believe I see any hands up, Ian, so go ahead.
Well, I want to just really lean on you and the comments of organizing rural Colorado, right? I think that we've heard a lot of different people coming forward, and so I'll be looking towards those comments to be talking about best practices for rural engagement, because I know that you do a really good job. And I'm curious, so yesterday we had two representatives, one from Garfield County and one from here in Mesa County, and they were talking about concerns with density and disproportionate impacted communities and the spread of census. But you're kind of framing it a different way. You're saying that regardless of whether you live in a dense area, if you're being exposed to multiple toxics, those people deserve the same kind of protections, right?
Yes. Yeah, and we understand the hard job that you all are tasked with. And like, I understand why you're using the census tool, like I get it. But it is kind of a crude tool. But what your point is, what is the most important part of the whole thing is if you, even if you're one rancher, like living next to oil and gas development, or I mean, for example, like we work with a number of landowners up Pianos Creek, Parachute Creek, and that whole area was impacted by an oil and gas spill in 2013 that almost reached the Colorado River, right? Like, I mean, like people get impacted no matter where they live, and that's not like a lot of people living up that holler, but there are definitely ranchers whose surface property could have been impacted by that, right? So like any person living next to potential environmental impacts have to deserve the same protections as someone who's living in a higher density area.
Well, thank you again for your comments, and I too am looking forward to reading those comments in regards to, especially from the outreach piece, because I know that's been an issue for us all here in getting to the rural communities, especially in Western Colorado. It's something that's important to me as well. So thank you very much.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Emily, have you seen any impact on people's economy because of environmental injustice that isn't like economies that aren't extractive? Ranchers, farmers, the recreation economy, like all these other economies that are developing in this area that are impacted by environmental justice issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that I can speak to off the top is, when we think about, and I understand, and we work with enough landowners that we understand the relationship between oil and gas operators and ranchers is nuanced and complicated, and that there are folks who benefit from mineral royalties on their property. And we've also worked with landowners and ranchers who had a really hard time. Just like there was a giant spill up in Rio Blanco just a couple years ago that's been getting a lot of attention that really impacted surface water on the ranch. That was also like a hunting resort, you know, so like those impacts are real. They do impact some of the other ways that people make money. And I think the other place where we really see it is in the lack of real cleanup around oil and gas sites, like beyond just extraction. It's about reclamation and restoration of the land. And I don't have all those statistics right in front of my head, but like a large number of reclamation jobs do not fully take care of restoring and putting that land back into productive use. It's one of the things that we've been trying to work with the COGCC for a long time, and especially in our ag communities and places that depend on public lands and healthy wildlife populations. You know, those impacts are real and they impact other people who have other livelihoods in our area.
I have a kind of a follow-up question that I kind of see where you're going there too. You're talking about healthcare and reproductive rights, and people are there. Can you just talk a little bit about the expense or difficulty of accessing healthcare in the area that you serve, or if you hear about that from your members? Because I see that as a huge connection for environmental justice communities. Fountain, for example, outside of Colorado Springs, all 5 hospitals are in North Colorado Springs. And so they brought that issue up over and over and over again, of being able to access it and it costing them to access it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And, you know, we're here in Grand Junction that does have St. Mary's and like some of the more regional access. And we do have some really awesome rural hospitals in Delta and Montrose. But like, those are still in the city centers, and we're talking about, you know, people needing to access health care from Gray to Cortez, right? So people sometimes have to drive over an hour to 2 hours to access healthcare, and certain types of procedures, you know, just aren't accessible at all in the small rural communities. So when it does get into complicated issues around health access, you know, often there's a large expense of being able to travel to find the right treatment that you need. Oftentimes needing to go to Denver or Salt Lake for more complicated work. So it can be an expense. And finding childcare and all the things. Like I'm thinking specifically of a friend who had to go to Salt Lake City for specific treatment, and just the difficulty that they had just even finding someone to take care of their children while they got their treatments. So.
Quick follow-up. So I really appreciate your comments, first of all, and your time. Just going back to what we were just talking about, I'm curious as to what kind of impact, if any, that has on costs of like health insurance.
That is going to get into territory I'm not an expert on really fast, but like I think it's pretty well documented that insurance rates in rural areas in Colorado are much higher. You know, and that's something that people have been doing work on at the state legislature in a number of different areas, but it's pretty well documented that we just have a lack of providers in rural areas, and so your lack of choice, and there's kind of like a mini monopoly in rural areas that drive up premiums and costs. So that is getting in territory I'm not very well versed in terms of details.
Real quick, I think it's a good reminder that when we talk about environmental justice, to recognize that well, emissions and oil and gas industry is a big part of the conversation. There are those other issues that we just don't want to lose sight of as a task force. You know, when we talk about access to healthcare, access to food and things like that, I think we need to keep that lens, as we're looking at our recommendations, and not just focus it wholly on the emission piece, because I think we're going to be missing a group of people out of this conversation. And the fact that some folks couldn't come to this meeting because of what at a meeting that's equally as important as our work, where I think we should have been there to kind of listen to what the conversation was about, because it's a part of what we're doing as well. So I don't think we should lose sight of that. So thank you.
Just add one more sector in there. Do you ever have access to education for new sectors in your population, whether it's in youth or in olders that are trying to transition to new trades and sustainable trades?
I think that's something we're all really working to try to figure out and make happen in our areas. And there are great folks who are putting a lot of work, and I mean, I will say that, even though we don't always agree, like the chambers and economic development entities in our areas do really want to focus on providing those services and those technical colleges and retraining opportunities for folks in new industries. Figuring out how to deliver those opportunities and resources to people really on the ground is, I think, the thing we're all struggling with, and one of the things we're working with Office of Just Transition to figure out. But it is really critical, and it's important to the success of the rural resiliency of our area in the future.
I really do appreciate that. I'm gonna cut it off there. Only not any other reason. We have 10 other people that we definitely want to make sure have the opportunity to speak. So thank you. We look forward to getting your written comments. Please give those written comments and include anything that wasn't able to be talked about here. And of course, as a task force, we can always follow up with additional questions. So keep that in mind as we're asking questions. We do really want to get to everybody today. It's so everybody has a chance to speak initially and ask succinct follow-up questions if possible. Next on is Liam Allen.
Okay, I figured it out. So I'm Liam Allen. I live in Glenwood Springs. I work at a local middle school as a severe needs teacher. And I see things every single day that make me question, how much we are becoming aware as a community, how much we are becoming aware of recycling and environmental impacts of what happens around us. And to put into an example, little kid gave me this ring today. It's a little owl. And I asked, why are you giving this to me? They go, well, I don't know if it's recyclable, so I'm giving it to you. In which case I told him I would recycle it, but I kind of got attached to the ring. And just seeing that we have students and community members that attend our public schools that are from such different backgrounds and have just a million different things going on. And I don't see very many people that are aware of our environment and what's going on. Another example I can bring up is I had a student ask me, is Lake Powell going to be gone? Which is a great question. I didn't know what to tell him. But overall, I would love to just see our schools, and not even just students, but the public, to be able to have access and equity towards materials and knowledge that can, give them proper guidance into what is happening to our world and community and environment, and also just to know what to do and what not to do. So another point to bring up is recycling that we have in our communities. We do have access and opportunity to recycle. However, it is not often pushed or advertised. When I moved here about 5 years ago, it took months for me to figure out where to recycle cans and bottles and whatnot. And I think about my students, and I wonder if they're aware of it, if they see the environment as something to be taken care of. So I would love to see more information towards environmental impacts and just numbers, anything being accessible to students and the community. I believe that would make a huge change. It would make people a lot more aware of everything they throw away, everything that is happening. And not to mention the the rivers that we have here in Glenwood. We have the Roaring Fork River, and we see a huge population of homeless and drug users that just pollute that river and just make it look ugly. And on top of that, you know, you have the huge tourist industry that comes through and does rafting and floating down a river. And it's a shame to wade into the river every day and pick up somebody's cans, pick up cigarette butts. So overall, not to take up much more time, I want to have resources available to the community that will teach and inspire change within our community. And it all can start from the students. I grew up in Breckenridge area, and they always taught us about recycling, about what to do, what not to do, common topics, everything. And I want to see that in our county. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Liam. I think you bring up some great points about education and things we've talked about thus far, but extending that not only to the public in the DI community, but also to children. So I do want to just check real quick and see if there's anything the board wants to ask further of Liam, and you can always follow up with Liam as well at a later time. I do want to make sure we get to the other 9 members that are waiting.
I would ask for your participation, I think, in the best practices for community engagement, since you work with people who have disabilities. And I think we were trying to talk about how to reach those communities to communicate with them about environmental justice concerns and government engagement. I think you might have some things to add there, so I would invite you to do that.
Absolutely. I see a huge following waiting to happen. We have high school seniors looking for an internship. We have Colorado Mountain College right down the street, which they have a huge environmental and sustainability degree you can get there. So I just see such an untapped market of community members that can really pitch in, that really can be inspired, that really can be navigated in the correct direction. And I feel like it's time for these kind of things to happen in the community. We are aware of recycling, yes. However, there's always more we can do.
Well, thank you very much, Liam.
Thank you.
But let's definitely add, we have follow-up questions for Liam. We can definitely, Liam, make sure you drop, or if there's not a way we can contact you, get a hold of Morgan and she'll. Oh, excellent. Morgan has your email. So if we have follow-up questions, you'll hear from the task force members directly.
I look forward to responding to those questions. This is a really great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, Frank, you come on up. We heard you online yesterday. I'm glad you're back.
I had knee surgery this summer in Meeker, so it kind of goes the other way. Anyway, still limping around. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I started thinking about the militaries last night, and I started thinking where a lot of that stuff is still left is in, low-cost housing in Clifton, mainly. And like I say, man, houses, people don't know that there's still tailings there, some were left out, some old vent systems were put in, they don't know what they are. I really like to get there with the state here and go over what's really left there so people would know. Because there is no money now to clean it up, you have to pay for it yourself. And I really don't know what's going on. I went up to the CPPH office the other day because where that office used to be, there's nobody there. I don't know who's paying for the whole room.
Excuse me, Frank, sorry, the interpreters just let us know that they can't hear you, so could you please speak up a little more?
Okay. Is it louder?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm almost so. Anyway, I went by the state office and there was nobody there. I used to work there. And when I was doing environmental assessments or real estate, that was one of the places they went to start, look at properties. They go on files and they pull that out. Another place I would go was the Museum of Western Colorado, because they got a lot of old pictures and city directories and a whole bunch of stuff in there. But you have to make an appointment to go in there too now. So if I was working as a consultant, it would take me months to do a report on a property, which I used to do in a couple of days, because you just can't get that information. And I think a lot of people don't even know about the military that's still left here, a lot of the new people. And I'm really concerned about some of the development down around the old mill. There's housing down there. Not that far from the old mill, where the POW was, and it's the radon, and I don't know if those are built right, correctly. to keep the-
Sorry, I think we're losing our interpreters again.
Oh.
Maybe just slow down a little bit. So
Okay.
we just want to make sure we don't miss what you're saying. or something.
Anyway, I would like to see an evaluation of what's left in town here, the mill tailings. See if there's anything significant. I know they're still digging them up on the utilities in town. They dug a bunch up down here on Main Street. I don't want to name any names, but I have friends. And I think that should be made public. Grand Junction High has mill tailings still. There's not where the building is now, but it's right next, literally right next door to it. There's a large deposit. I dug up old maps, but it took me months to do it. And I gave some to the museum and I sent some to the planning department. But I wish we could get together, because I run into some old guys I used to work with and we talk about these old things. What about this and that, you know? And I've run into kids from high school who never heard of it. I've run into college. There was one of the nurses from nuclear healthcare that didn't know anything about it, because I used to volunteer at the museum down here at the library, and then they used to come in. We have a lot of it used to be top secret information that, anyway. And she didn't know anything about it. She just got the job, so I started filling her in on it. So I don't know. It's kind of hush hush here, and I don't know why, but it's not. I know some other people have looked into it and they've run into a wall too. So, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble that's still working, because I've gotten in trouble for doing my job. Believe me. Anyway, thank you. I'm also with Citizens of Clean Air, and we have a lot of air monitors around the valley, and working on a biochar project, which is that old carbon from the Native Americans. And we've got some plots, and we're trying to get some money to actually make some. And the byproduct of that is a lot of heat that you could heat buildings with, or greenhouses. So that's our next project we're working on. We're out in the field. It looks like it makes stuff grow better, but we're not gardeners. Anyway, and we got a lot of volunteers. But I think we're going to work with the landfill next, because they got a lot of organic waste out there that we could be making into biochar, which will last forever and tie up carbon. That's part of the greenhouse. So anyway, that's what we've been working on too. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity. I hope I can help you sometime.
Absolutely.
I have a question for you, Frank. What I'm hearing you say about missing information, there's like missing data, right? About where perhaps the environmental problems are.
It's there.
Where would you address that to, or how do you feel like that data gap could be closed?
It's there somewhere. I mean, the bit Mike that got it for me, it took him about a month. He had to go, it's in a warehouse somewhere. I don't know where. It used to be right there along the wall, and you pull the file and go through it. In some cases, they had my name on it, even stuff that I did years ago. And I don't, it isn't readily available for somebody from high school who want to do research, or somebody from county. And there's a lot of history of oil development and the railroads and underground storage tanks and all. A lot of it's in the museums, not labeled as that, but if you dig through the old files, you can find it.
Yeah, what I'm kind of hearing you say is, I used to work for the Denver City Council.
Yeah.
The clerk and recorder had a massive undertaking over years of digitalizing
Everything.
old records to help make that ancient information
Well,
more accessible.
They did that with the county assessors records too. In many cases, they photocopy the front, but there are old notes on the backs in some cases. Somebody wrote on the back, and those didn't all get copied. So, anyway.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I was asking that, but I'll ask you. So I guess you talked specifically about a housing development that potentially could be near or on top of an environmental,
Right.
an environmental issue.
Right.
Was that housing development, was there specific zoning around that, and was it a specific demographic to the type of
Yeah,
residents they were looking for that housing?
Well, some of that's low-cost housing. And that's my whole point. A lot of the Clifton is low-cost housing. That's where a lot of, most of the contamination is in this town. 'Cause, you know,
I think it just goes into a lot of the conversations that we continue to have, that siting and zoning and development go hand in hand with the
I'm
conversation
really
we're having. on
disappointed in the river pile down there because it's Hispanic part of town. It's where the Spanish came through, and I thought maybe they would use, Southwest architecture, and they're using this industrial looking. And we spent $50 million down there cleaning up an industrial site, and they're building other stuff that looks industrial. I just find that.
Colorado, soils like clay, especially.
Oh, that's a whole nother issue. I dug up stuff for the city, pulled stuff from the Soil Conservation Services, not to build anything here. And the city didn't care.
Frank, I also want to say that, I think it speaks to, how you were saying they photocopied the front of the files, but not the back, that when we're asking the community.
And I'm glad I wouldn't want to do it, because I've seen people, and that's a lot, it's very tedious work.
Very tedious.
And I would screw it up even more.
But I think it speaks to the importance of asking the community, right? That there's institutional knowledge there that maybe isn't in the data.
Right.
We can go a step.
Easily accessible.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of history that happened in this town. It was the Wild West, back when it really was.
Right.
It's right down here. So, I mean, I dug up cleaners on everyone's things right next door. We dug a whole 15 feet deep. The Ford College, it should be College. But, those are things you want to look at. For lots, who knows in the future what might be the problem,
Well, Frank, I don't mean to cut you off, but we
Yeah.
definitely want to let everybody else have an opportunity to talk, and we look
Right.
forward to talking more
I've
with you.
talked plenty.
And make sure that we have your contact information so we can get back to you for more
Okay, well,
questions.
thank you very much. I appreciate what you got.
Yeah,
Let's
thank
see if
you.
I can get up there.
Next would be Velma Campbell on the online. Velma, how you doing at the
Good, thank you. I could listen to Mr. Nemesis all evening, so that would be all right too. Thank you to the task force for another long day of excellent discussion. It's been very interesting to hear some of the focus on some of the critical elements related to implementation of environmental justice principles as compared to philosophy or theory. And I think as we get these recommendations in progress, they will be more and more specific in terms of practical things that we're having to address. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Velma Campbell. I'm a medical doctor specializing in public health from Pueblo, and I'm a member of a number of environmental organizations, including Mothers Out Front and Physicians for Social Responsibility. So some specific points I want to make related to the recommendations regarding best practices. I think, as was stated by several people, they should be an expectation and a requirement for all agencies. But in practicality, proponents should be expected to either comply with best practices or present a very detailed rationale for choices and options if best practices are not going to be chosen. And agencies should seriously question whether those justifications are adequate to support issuing permits. And in particular, I'm thinking of best practices for environmental justice, but I would hold that true for the technical elements as well. Regarding the role for an EJ office, I definitely support the establishment of such an office. I heard recommendations for coordinating the issues such as definitions, criteria for EJ analysis, and assisting agencies in compliance. Well, if that's not a regulatory, that may not be a regulatory function under a number of rules, but how else will EJ be enforceable if it's not within a specific office? For instance, the definition of disproportionately impacted communities has to be a consistent definition with a standardized list of factors or a menu to refine the identification, and should not be limited to factors directly related to a specific project because of the cumulative and intersectional nature of the burdens confronting disproportionately impacted communities, as we're hearing this evening. Environmental justice assessments are another area. They should be centralized in the sense of the definitions, criteria, and indications for applications. And to do the assessments, who is going to do the assessments if agencies are not able to do them themselves? Agencies that wish to conduct their own assessments also should demonstrate that they have that capacity, or show that they have the capacity, and that their assessments will meet the criteria of the Office of Environmental Justice. Some of those analyses are going to be large and others not so much, depending on the geography and the nature of the community involved. And that's going to be something else which an EJ office and staff specially trained will be able to determine. If we don't have such centralized coordination, our whole program will be fragmented, arbitrary, and inequitable, and not meet the needs that we hope to accomplish. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity again.
Thank you very much, Melvin, and you being a regular participant in this. I know many of us have spoke with you directly before, or know how to contact you, so we will definitely be in touch. Please do make sure you submit your additional comments through public comment or directly to us. I do want to move on to Rebecca Lynn Hoffmeister. Not here. Okay, Gabriel Otero. Thank you for being patient and waiting for us.
Thank you. I'm reading off my phone here, so I don't miss anything.
I will just note for those just reading, please do just speak at a conversational pace. Folks that tend to read go faster, and we just want to make sure our interpreters can interpret accurately.
Okay. Well, thank you, task force members and CDPHE for hosting us out here in Grand Junction. I appreciate that. They don't always come out this way for these types of meetings. My name is Gabriel Otero, as mentioned, fourth generation Coloradan. I live in Fruta, just down the road from here, and I'm representing myself and then just as a resident of the Western Slope. I worked in 5 years in oil and gas and a decade in energy development across the Colorado Plateau. And so I have a couple things that I wanted to highlight tonight in my comments. I support the centralized equity analysis because it addresses cumulative impact. Cumulative impact, as you've heard, has been highlighted several times here. You know, specifically, as you all know, for that region, you know, it's going to set a baseline public health protection centered in equity, air, water, soil, radiation, access to food, et cetera. All those disproportionately impact communities. And that should be taken into consideration and implemented, I believe, by all agencies. I also like the recommendation of a third-party university or academic institution conducting the centralized equity analysis for the region. And that goes hand in hand with that, a creation of the interagency council that would be, that would oversee the analysis. And then, as mentioned on the last comment, the creation of an environmental justice coordinating entity to facilitate the selection process of that interagency. I support keeping housing cost burden and historical racism in the definition for the disproportionately impacted communities. The reality is these communities are one and the same. You can't separate them, and I would be willing to debate anybody on that. They are experiencing poor air quality, poor water quality, exposure to toxic chemicals, and due to racist practices, historical practices like redlining or zoning that's happening right now. These communities were intentionally created, and polluters or pollutants are placed near these communities. It's a reality that these communities have lived for generations and are still fighting for a seat at the table. I'd like to highlight the large Latino population in the state and urge the task force and CDPHE to hold more educational sessions for disproportionate impact communities. I know you're doing a great job and I appreciate all the work that you are doing. But many folks in these communities haven't engaged with CDPHE or frankly probably don't know what it is or other state agencies at this level. And they've also been historically left out. So you have to deal with that too of like, oh, they actually want to hear what we have to say. So doing additional outreach to these communities is necessary. And as mentioned earlier, many folks from our community here specifically weren't able to attend tonight as some of the reasons that were laid out, and specifically for others that I reached out to in the Latino community, they had to work another job, things of that nature. And as you all know, many who make up disproportionate impact communities don't have that ability to necessarily get away all the time. So generally, I urge the task force to adopt the strongest recommendations possible to put public health first and to follow the best science to protect Colorado's impact communities by pollution. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. We really do appreciate that. Anybody from the task force have?
Yeah, thanks for coming out tonight. I've got family in Fruta off of 17 Road, so I was over there earlier. I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit on your desire for a third party to conduct the cumulative impact analysis.
Well, I think there's, I mean, I don't have like a list of them, but I'm sure you compile them. But yeah, I'm sure there's special, organizations, businesses that specialize in that kind of work. If it was up to me, I'd lean more towards like an academic institution or university. But I imagine there are probably other businesses out there that can help in that. And I think there's a call for maybe more science, community, citizen science, things like that, more funding for things like that. I think that can, I've seen on some of the recommendations you all were discussing, like if you get additional funding for some of the citizen science, storing that in a database and kind of looking at, okay, what's the best science telling us, right? What from these different sources. Now you're under, capacity constraints and time constraints. So it might make the most sense just to go with like the university, but I think there's other sources you can draw from too. Does that answer your question?
A little bit. I was more asking the motivation for not having a government agency do it.
I think a government agency can be politicized, and that can be very problematic. So by doing the best science, I don't think it's going to be led by a government agency, to be frank. I think it's going to be better off led by scientists and professionals from higher education.
Do you think there's a different trust from educational institutions compared to a governmental agency doing that kind of study?
I do, especially when it's paired with some, community citizen science, because and as you all know, science can sometimes tell us what they want us to tell us. If it's funded by a certain funder, you can really change statistics or tell a certain narrative. But I think when it's the best science and it's done by an accredited university, they're not going to be doing something like that. They're just going to tell you, like, here are the facts of what's going on. And then as a way to even check that, you can use, citizen science to go along with that. Like the group, the gentleman who just provided comment here, and some of the air monitors that they do, or I know there's different groups like in Commerce City that install air monitors in people's homes and things of that nature.
Thank you. Question.
Yeah, excellent. Those are some excellent comments. I would encourage everybody to send additional questions, additional comments. Again, we will be meeting in our subcommittee / regular committee meetings again. So I do not mean to cut you short, but we do have 5 more people.
I just want to say one more thing. You didn't mention that you are a new Parks and Wildlife Commissioner. Just want to congratulate you on that and ask for your assistance.
That has nothing to do with my comments here tonight, though.
We haven't gotten comments in earnest from many people working on Department of Natural Resource issues or Parks and Wildlife issues. And so I just wanted to convey that to you too.
Yeah, one more thing, since you didn't mention that, we talked about impacts of development in certain areas, and I know this is aside from people who are dealing with health impacts, but just like as a hunter, Emily might have mentioned this Hornback, but like Unit 33 is to hunt up there quite a bit. That's by Rifle Gap for those who don't, and in Garfield County, and so like that area after really 2007, 2008, when there was a big boom there, it just went downhill in terms of like quality, whatever. And again, that's a very minor point compared to the other things, but since you brought that up, CPW, that I mentioned that. Thanks.
Right, next up, we have Chris Norton online.
Hi, good evening. I'm here as a community member from Glenwood Springs to read a comment from Alan Munoz Valenciano, regional manager for the Roaring Fork Valley for Voices Unidas de las Montañas. He sends his apologies for not being able to be in person with everyone or be able to give his comment himself today, but hopes to continue the conversation and work towards fixing environmental injustices we're seeing in our community. And here is his comment. Thank you, task force members and the CDPHE for hosting this event. I'm a resident of Rifle, and I come to you all today as someone who grew up and currently lives in a mobile home park. I urge this task force to not leave behind the residents of mobile home parks and the efforts that are being done to create environmental justice. In Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle County, and across the state, we know that Latinas and Latinos, among other marginalized communities, are the main residents of mobile home parks. Because of that, we also know that mobile home parks are directly exposed to poor air quality and have to deal with a terrible water quality. Stories I've heard and experiences I've lived through are getting pushed aside because we live in mobile home parks. I live next to a junkyard that has diesel engines running all day and live near a factory where I see smokestacks from the street. But I've also heard countless stories of brown and yellow water. Folks in these mobile home parks can't drink the water, they can't cook with the water, and they can't even do laundry with the water. Most folks are even hesitant to shower in their own homes because the water comes out yellow. We cannot wait until families in mobile home parks start to develop respiratory issues or kidney problems before we create solutions to these problems. We need efforts made in legislation so that people are held accountable for the damage being caused to mobile home park residents. We need to raise the standards of drinking water quality so that mobile home park owners are forced to renovate the water lines. And we need to make sure pollutants and contaminants are kept as far away as people as we can. So again, I urge this task force to not leave behind the residents of mobile home parks and create policies that will impact every single person in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Chris. And if you would please provide his comments as well as his name and contact information, that would be greatly appreciated.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Raymond Clarity.
Hello. My name is Raymond Clardy, and I'm originally coming from Washington, D.C. And just want to open up my comment by saying that I appreciate the work of the Environmental Justice Action Task Force. I think we need to push for these reforms, and ultimately, I think it's an issue that I'm passionate about speaking about because it doesn't seem as if we can really go too far. That's the essence of what I have to say, and I want to make my voice heard because it seems significant that here the environmental is converging with the social. And yeah, just wanted to make my voice heard and make my comment, and that's what I have to say.
Well, we do appreciate your comments, and we do understand that it's a pretty heavy lift. Did you have any specific things that you did want to add in regards to the rules, recommendations? And I also just wanted to let you know that you can also submit written comments as well.
Great. Yeah, I'm here in a more general sense. I'm not particularly informed, but I think it's important that people are held accountable and that the people who are in power apply that power to make change. And as someone who's presumably at least a little better off than some of the people these policies are affecting, I think it's my responsibility to support these reforms and yeah, just raise my voice, even if it's in a pretty general sense.
Excellent. We appreciate your comments, Raymond. Next is Chelsea Mira.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Mira. I'm the executive director with West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I'm also a 5th generation Western Slope resident, and after a stint on the Front Range, moved our kiddos and my husband back over here to raise our little ones where we grew up. So did want to thank you all for traveling over. I know it's a lot, it's just been a couple days back in Denver, so I know time away from family and work and friends is hard. I will probably reiterate a couple of points that I think you guys heard last night, just in the difficulty of this process to follow. And just trying to hear you schedule your future meetings shows how difficult this job is and what you guys are working with. So have been really trying to engage through some of our partners and but it has been a difficult one to follow and try to communicate on, although we are trying very hard to do so. I think the biggest point I'd like to make sure I make is differentiating the Front Range and the West Slope and what some of these policies may or may not do with kind of more the broad brush stroke versus the scalpel. And making sure that you're addressing some of the issues in Commerce City and Pueblo versus what we might see in Craig, Parachute, Grand Junction, for example. Some of that, and I strongly pride myself on our outreach in the industry, but something that I find is kind of where I have expertise and coming out to more rural communities when we do have harvest season right now. I do hope you pick up a box of Palisade peaches. But lots of folks are working on, getting harvest out of the field. And so you're not hearing from some of those communities right now because they're working hard to keep our agricultural communities moving forward. I think the census block piece is also nuanced in more urban areas versus rural areas. And so making sure that that we allow for the right tool to be used in the right regions. And I heard some communication and conversation around that today. So another hard piece to tackle, but something that we're pretty laser focused on. I also think that, and I didn't write this out, which is scary for me, so I'll try to keep this on track, but looking at some of the maybe unintended consequences of some actions out on the Western Slope is, as some of you well know, right, we're 50 to 70% public lands.
A lot of our revenue is based on the hard work that our women and men do out here, and our tax revenue structure then help fund our schools. And our library districts, our fire districts out here are heavily funded by our industry, and we're really proud to do that work. There's no backfill to that, and we've seen fire districts shut down if there's not that revenue source, which is not a good, safe way to move forward in communities. And so I think that that's something that we'd really like to be sure we're looking at is some of these, you know, whether it's a cost benefit analysis or what some of the consequences may or may not be. As far as the funding too, I just think it's important that we bring up the federal mineral lease districts. I don't know that this group necessarily can or will or does focus on that, but some of the work we do on our federal lands funds our federal mineral lease districts. Garfield and Mesa County have really significant programs and might be good folks to reach out to for their resources. They fund school safety projects, water treatment facilities, which is really important work, and then work across industries into some of our tourist partners for town beautification projects to increase tourism activity and economic development in some of our towns. Just going back to that outreach, you know, I think that looking at different locations and regions and what are important to them. I heard Clifton mention tonight, it's such a special community that I think Mesa County is very focused on working with and helping. And I'm looking at Mr. Combs in the room, he's much better versed at that work than I am, but there's a lot of effort around that. But reaching out to the AGNCs, Club 20s, there's a lot of organizations that will help those local elected official outreach that then can help plug into some of the different organizations in their communities that can help spread the word. So that's what I'll stop with, but here for any resource, it doesn't have to be tonight. I know you want to go home.
I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chelsea. And I encourage you to kind of, you know, finish out some of those comments and include them in our
We'll
comments.
respond to the next draft for sure.
Yeah, and the one thing that you mentioned that I do want to be cognizant of is the local governments or the city representatives or the community representatives out here on the West Slope are much different than they are in Denver. These people know each other, they talk to each other, they are involved in their communities in many cases. So, and it varies as it does anywhere else, but it's important that we do keep that in mind when we're thinking about how do we really reach these people. We need to be contacting them and ask them how they do that.
I think something special on the West Slope is, you know, we might not always get along all the time, but we're really certain to communicate and work together through some difficult stuff.
I would just point out that I agree with what you said, Tyson, but that said, Pueblo is not all that dissimilar from Grand Junction population-wise, co-impact of community-wise, et cetera. So like you said, our community is the same. We all know each other. Everyone knows each other's business. We're really on the cusp of rural and urban. So,
Yeah. And we don't have coal out here. We did have uranium.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Chelsea. Really
Thanks
appreciate
for the
that.
trip out.
And next will be Hannah Campbell. That's my battery. This one.
Is there no Hannah Campbell?
So like Lisa.
Okay, we'll go with Lisa Alley. She's on.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm hoping that was a yes, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Just calling in from the southwest corner of Colorado, reminding you all that the state is much bigger than the Front Range, and the Western Slope doesn't just mean Grand Junction. I live in the Four Corners methane hotspot. So we have multiple is an understatement, oil and gas wells going on in La Plata and Montezuma County, et cetera, et cetera. My background includes working for the Indian Health Service for most of my career, and that included 4 years of running a program that had to do with community uranium exposure on the Navajo Nation. One of the things that was brought to my attention quickly in that job was the incredible discrepancy on monies put to use on the federal level for cleanup of uranium, looking at what has been spent in Grand Junction specifically, and also in Moab compared to the lack of funds used for many, many years on the Navajo Nation to clean up the messes that were left by uranium companies. So that has changed to some degree, and I'm very grateful that this task force exists to make sure that we don't repeat those mistakes of history, and that all people who are impacted by our poor decisions as to environmental impacts are taken care of, hopefully preventatively, like let's not make a mess to start with, and certainly after the fact. So I encourage you to be robust in your rulemaking and your regulations. Don't forget the Native nations. There's 2 Ute nations down here in southwest corner. And also boundaries, state boundaries don't prevent pollution from crossing them, obviously. And so there's a back and forth between the states in the 4 corners. And so making sure that your work includes looking at that and working with the Ute nations, the Apache nations, the Navajo Nation, that are just across our borders, along with the states of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, to make sure that everybody is taking good care of our air, our water, our land, and all the beings that live upon it. Again, thank you so much for your work. Hang in there, be brave, do the right thing. Don't let industry seduce us into continuing the poor decisions we have made as a species that are literally biting us in the derriere. Thank you again for your work, and I will stop there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to let you know, thank you for your comment. I love coming down to the 4 Corners area. I want to let you know that on September 8th, where the Environmental Justice Task Force is coming to participate in the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs quarterly meeting in Durango, Colorado. And we want to invite you to come join us. Because we agree with you that the importance of building towards a stronger relationship between the people who have always called this place home and the government that needs reform is something that we believe in.
Where can I get information about where that's happening?
We have your email, I believe, and we will send it to you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. I'll try and be there.
Yeah. All right, the next person, Susie Kincaid.
Thank you, and thank you, Lisa, for your comments as well. Those were great. I appreciate it. My name's Susie Kincaid. I live in Eagle, in Western Eagle County, and I want to thank you all for your public service. I am an entrepreneur. I work with children, connecting them to nature, to the environment, and I'm also a staunch environmentalist here in Eagle. So I'd like to speak tonight to this centralized equity analysis, and specifically to thresholds in the analysis. Like many mountain resort communities, Eagle is home to billionaires, as well as many who struggle at the very bottom of the socioeconomic ladder. in one of the most privileged areas of the country here in the resort communities of Colorado. We tolerate abominable living conditions amongst our very own community, and including no potable drinking water, like the fellow who wrote in his comments that Chris Norton read. That's just, it's third world conditions, and it's should be intolerable. So I really truly appreciate the work of this body for gathering all of this input and putting it together for us. I'd like to advocate for mechanisms for thorough education for communities that are the most burdened and the targets of many of the environmental injustice and social injustice, for that matter, that's going on. And so I think we need to educate. I echo that comment that was made earlier. And I also agree with Gabriel Otero's comment regarding having some third-party oversight. I think that's a really great idea. The legislature should provide appropriate funding and resources and direct the appropriate expert agencies to consider setting maximum quantified and enforceable thresholds. So above which pollution is not permissible without mitigation. Because of the health impacts, considering past, present, and future cumulative impacts as well. Setting thresholds should be a part of this process. I'd also like to see a balance of commerce in our communities. And I'll speak to that in just a moment. But I think the cumulative impacts analysis could guide county planners and set state regulations as well with regard to approval decisions and ensuring new facilities do not add burdens to already disproportionately burdened communities. So in Eagle County, we have the community of Dotsero, which is a prime example of what's happening all over our state, but specifically in our resort communities in the mountains. 950 people live in Dotsero. 50% are BIPOC, and many of those have no potable water in their homes. Dotsero doesn't have basic commercial services like gas station, laundromat, a grocery store, or a drugstore. Yet it has a 30-year gravel pit, a cement block factory, a large lava gravel pit for using on the roads, and a massive truck parking area at the east entrance to Glenwood Canyon to accommodate truckers stranded on the east side of Glenwood Canyon. So it also sits at the confluence of the Great Mother River, the Colorado River, and the Eagle River. That's the gateway to the Colorado River recreation area. And yet another 30-year gravel pit is being proposed, and the community there in Dotsero, and the community has little defense to stop it. So how does a precious landscape like this in a community like Dotsero become the dumping grounds of the dirtiest development in our valley? This is what you're tasked with helping solve. And so I appreciate that. So yes, please create standards for cumulative impacts. Dotsero is a prime example of all these different things that are going on there that are impacting the air, the water, the land. Cumulative impacts and thresholds, please, for air, water, and land pollution. These are the commons. Every living thing needs these three things: air, water, and a place to be. So I also hope you'll have stringent accountability measures in your final recommendations. And I don't know how much time I have left. If I have another minute or so. Nope. Okay. It's been a long night, and you've listened to a lot. I appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much, and remind you can submit written comments as well. And
Thank
so we do appreciate your time, and we do thank you for sticking with us.
You bet.
Last but not least on the list anyways is Scott. And please pronounce your last name, Scott.
What's that?
Please pronounce your last name.
Violence. Yeah, just like it's spelled. Casey. What about David? Aren't you gonna be- huh?
Well, I didn't sign.
We're all,
Well,
we're
we
all,
should give comment.
we're all connected here, so. So I'm a citizen advocate, organizer, political, everything under the sun. There's a progressive group in Mesa County and half of us are here tonight, so. I have the unusual situation that I have been with the groups that supported these bills. And I've also been with the chamber, who is dead against these bills. And we have a legislative group in the chamber, Chelsea and I spar a lot. And the vote is usually 35-1 on a lot of those environmental things, so I am the one. I've lived here 37 years, and for about 30 of those years, I traveled to Western Slope. I was a traveling sales rep. I did high schools and colleges here. So I know every one of the little towns around here except San Luis Valley. I didn't go over in that area. So environmental things are a very big deal. A couple of things that came to mind when we were talking about this. You know, the air quality in Telluride was deemed worse than Mumbai several years ago. The drinking fountains at Coleridge High School lit on fire a few years ago. And Silverton, as we all know, had the big spill, you know, that wiped out the Los Angeles River for several years. So, you know, it's our backyard. I mean, this is where we live. We live with oil and gas, extractive industries, farming and ranching, all those things that are hard on the earth, and it really has a big effect on people. One of the groups, I started getting into this stuff because of healthcare, actually. And so I know the healthcare lay of the land on the Western Slope, if you have any questions on that. But also, you know, I worked on a lot of senior issues. There is a gigantic demographic shift going on in Western Colorado in rural areas, and that is there's growing people of color, primarily Latino. And in Grand Junction, for instance, it's 20% usually quoted as being the number of Latinos in the community. But in the school district, it's over 30% of the kids are Latino. And likewise, you know, I worked up in the Roaring Fork Valley, all the schools transitioned, you know, and many are more than 50% Latino already. That community, you know, and I work directly with them on a lot of different issues, you know, are very much involved with their families. Their primary issues are, you know, cost of living, housing, transportation, all those sort of things. So, you know, for whatever you do in reaching out to those communities, there's going to be a lot of education pieces with them. You know, it takes a long time to work into those communities. I found, you know, when I sold graduation stuff. When I started working with the Latino population that was growing like crazy in the Roaring Fork Valley, it took a generation, literally, to, you know, educate them to, you know, what I did, what their traditions were, and all that sort of thing. So communication is very, very important. The other demographic shift over here is aging. You know, the average age in Grand Junction in Mesa County is almost 40. You know, it doesn't sound very old, but that's the average age. In the rural areas, you know, one of the reasons I got out of the high school business was that a lot of my towns were shrinking up. And in the rural areas, the average ages are pushing 50 and more. So there's a lot of, and those towns are shrinking. So if you're thinking about, you know, when they're making rules and stuff, as many people have said, we don't consider the Western Slope really to be part of the Front Range, and they don't know us, and that's very true. You know, how many people know where Norwood is, and Hayden, and Meeker, and Rangeley, and Dove Creek? You know, they just don't. Well, those groups are aging out. They have a very large population of older folks, and they have very small tax bases. And they have very small, you know, governments and infrastructure and that sort of thing. So they are very much being impacted by the mining and ranching and all those sort of things. But
they will have the hardest time complying with changes in laws and stuff. So I totally agree with Gabriel about that, the third party thing. I mean, that is very much on the western slope an important piece. So I would go with that. The biggest issue over here, right now is with the rest of the state is safe and affordable housing. That's number one on everybody's list. So whatever we can do to have, green housing, clean water, clean energy and all that stuff will be a gigantic step to help. So I hope you're working with housing and all those other groups. No one group can solve all these problems. We all have to work together. And, there's a lot of people over here that would love to work with you guys and support you. And we really appreciate you being here. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott.
I just want to say thank you, Scott. I have family in Coleridge and my son is in Riverside and his high school will be Coleridge. That is the school that their water caught on fire. So this is incredibly important for me and my own family's safety and my community. And I've also heard from kids in Rifle that they got water bottles to not use plastic and they can't drink the water from their schools. So this is throughout the western slope, and I know we're in favor of industry and workforce, but I think we also have to be in favor of protecting our children. So I really appreciate
I want to say thank you for addressing the olders and the elders, especially those that are.
We're coming.
Sounds like we may have one more public comment here, an impromptu visit.
Well, last but not least. The first thing I want to do is thank you all for being here. My name is David Combs. I've been a resident of Grand Junction since 1980. I was involved in the extraction industry. I came here and I fracked before fracking was sexy. Okay, I would go to Rangeley. I would go to New Mexico. I would go to Wyoming. After that ended, I was involved in extracting mill tailings. The gentleman that sat here that I was talking about, the community in Clifton, it was built simply to house excess workers who were involved in oil shale. And it became and is now low-income housing. It's the area called Clifton. It's an area that I lived in. Clifton has a population of 20,000 people. It has a higher population than Fruita or Palisade, but yet it's unincorporated. So we're guided by the county, by Mesa County. And you want to talk about environmental injustice. Emily was talking about a group that meets in Clifton. We're the Clifton Community Outreach. And one of the things that we're trying to do is build Clifton. We're trying to build a sense of community. When you talk about environmental injustice, I'll give you an example of it. There have been 2 parks that were built when that housing complex was developed in 1980. Neither one of those parks had restrooms in them. And so when you take your kids to a park, I have young children, or I had young children. I'm not a grandfather, but one of the things that a young child needs to do is go potty. So if you're at a park and there's no place to potty, what do you do with your child? More likely than not, you don't take them to the park, okay? One of the things Emily pointed out was healthcare injustice. This road out here, this is First Street. If you go 12 blocks, that's 12th. If you go beyond 12th, we enter a healthcare desert. There's not a medical facility or doctor's office until, that's First Street until Palisade, which is about 38 road. And so you're looking at maybe 10 to 12 miles before you have the opportunity to be provided medical care. One of the things that Scott focused on was the community aspect of Grand Junction. And when we talk about Grand Junction, we typically term it Mesa County. We look around this room, and if you were to ask, well, what is the geographic demographics of Mesa County? You could look around this room and that's what it would be. You see 3 African Americans here. You see maybe we are looking at, like Scott said, 20% Hispanic and the rest is Caucasian. And with that, you have some I would just term them, there are forms of uneasiness where people are not willing to speak because they are afraid. One of the things that, when I read the invite, one of the things that was posted there was, if you're Hispanic, if you're undocumented, don't be concerned about someone coming and addressing you regarding your nationality, regarding your ability to be here. That is something that you're gonna have to address, and we're in terms of getting more people to the table. One of the things that we've done in Clifton is we have a GoCo grant. We have the Colorado Department of Health that is helping us. And what we're trying to do is not just bring environmental justice to our community, but just overall community justice. One of the things that you're gonna have to understand is in this community, in these communities, these Western Slope communities, you're going to run into many of the same types of challenges. And those are challenges of people coming to the table and being ensured that their concerns are being addressed. You can come and you can have a panel discussion here, and there will be people that say, okay, they've come, they've seen, and now they're gonna leave. And that's basically what it's, that's Clifton in a teacup. And the reason why I say teacup is because you continue to fill it with hot water, it's gonna spill over, correct? You typically put a saucer under there to catch what spills over. And we in Clifton, we believe we're the saucer. We catch what spilled over. The county commissioners, they come out, they talk to us. There have been many broken promises, okay? And so what we've had to do is take it upon ourselves to govern ourselves. Panel like this is a godsend for Western Slope. One of the things that Scott addressed was the population. The gal from Eagle County, Western Eagle County, she was talking about the number of people who are well off versus those that are living on poverty wage. Those are two total opposites, where that individual that has the money, he'll say, or she'll say that there's no environmental injustice. I mean, they can come and they can go. However, that individual that lives in the mobile home, they are stuck in that mobile home. So I think what you have to do is, it's gonna take a huge umbrella to get everyone underneath. And what you're gonna have to take it upon yourselves to do is ensure that somehow you're able to get the voices to come to this table. I'm not sure how many people spoke yesterday. I'm not sure how many people spoke today. But there are probably individuals out there that would love to come here and just give their voice to what you're attempting to do. I think one of the big things is that third party. I think people are more comfortable with a third party. And so when you talk in terms of third party, you're talking in terms of someone being very comfortable, especially if that third party, if it consists of someone from their community. If it consists of someone like a 60-plus-year-olds or students or kids, it's got to be a big umbrella. And again, I didn't plan on speaking. Emily invited me, and I had a couple of meetings to go to. But I really thank you for giving me the time to speak.
I really appreciate it, David. Thank you very much. And again, I do want to remind everybody to, please, if there is anything that comes to mind, oh, I forgot to say this, oh, I really wish I would have said this, please submit those comments. We do get big PDFs of the public comments that we have the opportunity to go through, and we do go through. So,
yeah, related to that quickly, Tyson, I do want to note we received 3 written public comments during the course of this meeting today. We have uploaded to the public Google Drive folder. One came from Stephen Arauza, who's a member of the Environmental Justice Advisory Board. Another came from Hannah Arauza, and a third came from a gentleman whose name I forgot, who spoke today, submitted his comments in writing. So task force members, if you go to the public comment folder, you can see all 3 of those.
I just like to close by saying thanks to David, Scott, Gabriel for being here. Right before the pandemic, or literally weeks before it, we came out here for a roundtable on environmental justice, and it made me very proud to be able to come back here and bring the task force with us this time. So thank you for your dedicated work consistently through a pandemic, which has been connected to pollution. And I want to acknowledge that as well.
Sorry. just-
No.
You
said you were gonna talk.
It's like, just another half an hour, no. just kidding. Okay, so just, I want to take a moment to acknowledge how much hard work all of the task force members have put into today. Many of you arrived around 8 a.m., so it's been a 12-hour day in this room. Thank you so much for all of your engagement, your participation. It's recognized. We thank you. I do want to give a special shout out to our interpreters. Yeah, just what an incredible job. I mean, to interpret the entirety of this meeting into Spanish is no easy task. So thank you so much. And thank you, of course, to our staff, Morgan, for setting up the space, for getting the room reserved, for keeping us fed and hydrated and caffeinated. And thank you for Joel, to Joel for getting the recommendations to where they are. Joel has worked probably 5 weekends in a row, burning the midnight oil. I mean, he has really been putting his heart and soul into everything. Thank you to Natalie and Marcus for helping coordinate all of the logistics of the meeting. Natalie, especially you just being Zoom manager the entire time. Rebecca Vigil is not with us right now, but she is our community engagement specialist, and I believe probably had a good hand in the public engagement and the turnout for public comment these past 2 nights. So yes, thank you to all of our staff. Thank you to Emily for being our attorney on hand whenever we have questions. I'm sure there's folks that I'm forgetting, but yeah, just this is a huge effort. I will be sending you, Morgan or I will be sending you an immense amount of calendar invitations. We do ask that you just try your very best to prioritize the work of the task force. We have 6 full task force committee meetings coming up, and then we have our meetings in October and November that are already on your calendars. So, so thank you, and we can adjourn. I believe there's that farmer's market down the street is open for another 15 minutes if we want to. 20 minutes. Peaches. All right, thanks all.
Peaches, you can go to Talbot's Farm in Palisade, East Orchard.
Great.
Tell them Davidson.